Alright, sorry about that. We are ready to move on to yet another day like any other. Yufa. Don't worry, the tides will change. I'll arrive. I've a favor to ask. Would you accompany me to the church in Brylehaven? Absolutely. Thank you so much. I honestly hope I'm just imagining things, but I feel we should make sure everything is okay. Let's go. Ovi wasn't at the church, but I thought I could feel her presence. Of course, maybe it was just my imagination.
What is it?
Oh, there's a back door here. If we just...
This is the place.
I can feel Magla coming from behind the door. And it's not good. Take a look. Let's go take a look. Yes, if we're careful. Now, I'm going to open this door.
Dear God.
Dear God, please help Mama and all the rest of the sick people. If you do, I promise to always pray a whole lot and be a good girl. Okay? Close your eye. Those voices. Rufa, hey, Ned. What are you doing down here in the basement? This is a sick room, you realize, for Ovi's mother and the others who are ailing. Ovi. They are faithful adherents, afflicted with an illness we cannot identify. We even requested a skilled healer, but to no avail. No. Those afflicted are prone to violence, as though they are not themselves, so we had to contain them here. That's right. Mama and everybody got possessed by something evil. That's why I go to church every day and pray for a really long time. And if I pray under the church, God will hear me faster, right? What about other treatments? Are there no other means of treating them? This illness appears to only affect followers of Sanctism, so it must be the doings of the devil. Therefore, we must continue offering our prayers unto God. The only path to triumphing over malady is the path of profound faith. But something's not right here. That smell I've been faintly sensing, I can see it now.
I won't.
This place is filled with stagnant magla. Probably because far too many intense feelings are concentrated in one place. Like with the dragon god. You mean, this is the same situation as in the dragon god's temple? I don't mean to deny Sanctism, but I simply cannot believe any of this can be resolved through prayer alone. There was a time in my hometown when our misguided prayers caused our God to become a calamity upon us. The Magla here reminds me of what I felt back then. Good intentions twisted by blind faith. I think continuing to pray so much may only serve to worsen the illness. Still your heretical tongue, pagan. Our prayers shall be heard. Listen. Yufa can see what you can't. You should listen to her. Leonad.
Silence.
Silence! You're nothing more than a heathen. What could you possibly know? Mama, their pain is only worsened by blasphemers who dare speak against God in this holy church. Leave here at once. Well, shit.
Shame to admit, but
There are times when prayer is a comfort, like during times of illness. But to rely on it as your only means of succor, I can't imagine it.
if we do nothing,
And just think, that distorted Magla, borne aloft on so much blindly zealous prayer. If it spreads, the whole town will be in danger. We have to act. I think we need to take action.
that's surely right.
Yes, we can't let the disaster that happened in Evria repeat itself. And more than anything, I refuse to allow a young child who so loves her mother to go through what I did. I and many other islanders were devoted to a doctrine which marched my parents into an early grave. My heart still bleeds from that loss. Even if they scorn me as a pagan, I'm going to do the best I can, just like you when you helped me. How
It is as it was when you ended the calamity.
Veneration. Might cost. Okay.
Be that as it may,
However, if we try to persuade them now, they will only dig in their heels all the harder. Let's leave and come back when calm has been restored. Return to the group. I have cheese. Cheese is good. Juna. Yep, go. Oh, man. Alright, first things first. Pantry. Washroom. This boy cleans far more often than I do. Juno, I wonder when the fake lance will be ready. Oh, guess what? It's time to pick up my outfit from the tailor. Can we go get it, my good man? Sure. Let's go. Thank you for being such a good sport. Let's head to the tailor in Brylehaven then. Yeah.
hello?
Hello there. I've come to pick up my dress for the festival. I thought the Resant girl who picked it up earlier was in your employ, Lady Juna.
Wait,
A Resant girl, you say? It couldn't be. Singer from last year? A singer who was shouting at you? From last year's festival?
if I recall,
If I recall, her name was Myrtus, and she's still harassing me. That outfit is in danger.
hurry!
Perhaps she hasn't gotten far. Let's have a look around. There she is, over there.
Please,
Myrtus, right? Did you take my outfit? If so, I'll have it back, please. Your outfit? Don't play dumb. You're the only one who would have the gall to stoop so low. Oh, really? Well, I did pick up my dress earlier. But it's just so last year. So it's ashes now. You wouldn't. Explain yourself. I think you owe us an explanation. It was my dress to do what I want with it. They tailored it to my measurements just last year, and they have the audacity to trot you out in the same bloody dress? The comparisons alone would make a mockery of me. You're a big famous songstress. What the hell compels you to show up out of the blue for a sideshow and steal my livelihood? So you listen, bow out, or I'll spread those pretty Erica flowers all over the stage. They're poisonous, of course. Perfect for a viper like you. Maybe you'll shed your skin and the world will find out what a cute little thing you really are.
Hold on.
Lena, don't. Why Erica flowers? I can't. I'm scared. If there are Erica flowers on stage, What would happen? I don't understand. What happens if they're there? Nothing. I have to do everything in my power to make sure nothing happens. I know I was asked to do it, but in a way I did steal this performance from her. Still, I can't let all the people looking forward to it down now.
So, a song.
Music shares its origin with magic, you know. A song has the power to lift spirits and ease sorrows. As a child, music was my only hope in a way. I want to share that hope with people all over the world through the magic that we call song. People used to say my head was in the clouds, that I was a dreamer, but it's not a dream. It's both my reality and my future. I can achieve it. I will achieve it. You're not so different, I imagine. You're making an effort to take the future in your hands. Quite a pair we make, huh? Uh-huh. Well,
Can't get discouraged here.
reduce mag cost.
Now then.
I've decided, forget the dress. I'll show up just as I am. No bells and whistles. I appreciate you being here today. Stop by Capra to tell him about the outfit, and then head back.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
There's a letter. Blah.
Well then.
Mister.
Yep. Okay.
Alright then.
Gonna run our the usual suspects. Pantry.
Got it.
Washroom. Maria.
Mister.
Yep. Okay. Mister, you're back. Welcome back. Are you hungry? Miss Fabian cooked up some food. Sure am.
Oh, yay.
Yay, we can all eat together today. It's a party. Okay.
Eat up, you two. Smells good, doesn't it? Hope you like it. This dish has some complexity to it.
There's more than enough for everyone.
I was thinking, maybe it would be good if I gave some of Miss Fabian's food to hungry people. Everyone's scared of people they don't understand or don't know. That's why they were mean to me too. So maybe if we get everyone lots of good food, children will have get along.
We can hope for the best.
Miss Fabian was worried too. She said we won't know until we try.
Now hold on. Let's not be hasty about inviting those sorts in, hmm? What if they make a habit of skulking around here? Well, take a look yourself before you start clutching your pearls. Not a single one has even taken a plate, as you can plainly see.
I need to warn you, Mom. Even if you demand compensation later, I've naught to give you.
And I'm telling you, I don't need any. Maria and I just don't want you dying of hunger. After all, we're neighbors, and I won't ignore any of you any longer. Truth be told, I turned a blind eye to your plight. But Maria saw it plain, and my eyes were opened, and I realized that it isn't right. It's not all right at all. So, go ahead and eat your fill. Use my word. There are no tricks. I have a portion for you as well. Surely you have heard whispers about the honeybee's fair now, haven't you?
Maria's idea proved to be a huge success. A large crowd formed, and we served plenty of food.
Is it true that you ran your own business?
Yes, Mom. At one point, I owned a factory and had several hired hands in my employ. But then, I was swindled by a moneylender. I'd like to work my way up again. Or even earn just enough to put a roof over my head. But once you've lost your footing, it's hard to stand back up on your own.
Hey, perhaps you could find a place that will put him to work. I've heard you're well connected around these parts. I'll consider it.
Oh, he's here. You should try Miss Fabian's cooking. It's really good.
Why?
Because eating yummy food makes everyone happy. And when my friends are happy, I'm happy too.
We're friends. But you're normal, and I'm not.
I've been thinking about a whole lot of things lately. And we did this today because I met you. Talking to people makes things better. It makes it so even things that were sad feel a little brighter. It's like a light in the dark all of a sudden. Or, actually, it's more like you see it was never dark to begin with. I want everyone to know that. I'm Maria. What's your name?
It's Apis. I couldn't even remember my own name.
Nice to meet you, Apis. So, do you think anything around here has changed? Maybe for the better?
I'm not sure, but it does feel a little different, yeah.
Do you want to come eat with us?
I enjoyed a heartwarming meal. Okay.
Everyone looks so happy. Miss Fabian said she wants to try doing that again. She even wants to get some of the townspeople to help out too.
That's great.
That's great. I'm glad everything worked out.
Yeah? Talking to people really does change things. Me and Apis are friends now too. We're going to go play with Harundo and the others too next time.
Hirundo?
Sharundo? Who's that?
That boy who drew on the walls. We played together the other day. You know, all of these good things happen because of you, mister. You gave me those pictures of your journey. Remember? When I look at these pictures, I imagine your voice in my head saying, just do your best. I like it when you're here, and sometimes I'm still lonely when you're not around, but I'm not going to ask you not to go.
Alright. Alright. Yeah.
Is that how you really feel?
I used to want to run away from Grand Trav so badly. I didn't feel at home here. So I thought there was someplace else I should go to. I wanted Miss Fabian to like me so much. But the more important thing really is if I liked Miss Fabian. When I realized that, I learned that I can pick where my home is. I can choose where I belong. And right now, I've picked this place. This is my home. I'll wait here with Miss Fabian, so... Can't die, okay? So please come back.
I promise.
Promise you I'll come back, Maria.
Remember, it's a promise.
I can sense Maria's profound kindness, unwavering trust, etc., etc.
The pure-hearted maiden, Maria, keeper and heritor of the healer's virtues. Your tempered bond has become a fire-forged trust. Thus, a new pinnacle of heroism awakens within thee. By the grace of her newfound powers, and fulfill thy destiny.
I want to be with Mr. forever.
Savior. Okay. And 4 inheritance slots for the healer lineage. Alright. Cool.
If you don't come back on your own, I'll find you and bring you back. I still dream about going on a journey one day. All sorts of faraway places. I'll even go to where Papa never went to. I'll see those places for him, and then it'll be my turn to tell you all about my journey.
Do the two of you have a moment? Lend me a hand with the inn, will you?
Okay, coming. Let's go.
Okay. Cool. Bink. Bink, bink.
In that case,
Now it wants us to go help Miss Fabian. But I want to unlock some things first.
I'm counting.
Because that's my prerogative.
New skills, new possibilities.
I see. Fascinating.
I'm...
Oh. Right. I could get used to this. I see. Fascinating.
I'm counting.
Just unlock it for everyone. Get all the things.
A new means of protection.
Get all the jeweled roots.
I see. Fascinating.
I'm...
Oh.
Steady effort is key.
I see. Fascinating. Oh.
I knew I could do it.
Okay, and she can't yet. We'll probably do that soon. Yeah, very soon. Where's Cleric?
It seems I've grown.
Samara Karma. Cool. Alright, now she can.
I see. This, right? All right.
It seems I've grown.
Okay. So we did that. Now everybody has the basic things. Go ahead and throw some more things her way.
I feel new power surging within me.
At least 10.
I've acquired a new ability. I feel new power surging within me. It seems I've grown. I feel new power surging within me. It seems I've grown. I feel new power surging
Good.
within me.
Now I guess I can go ahead and Hamadine. Interesting. So we have Megiddo. What else do I want? Probably that wind move. Okay, probably gonna replace Hamaun with Hamadun or Hamadine. Okay. I don't know about gold. Probably do Hamadine instead. Okay. Okay, so we need something else. Might as well be Hamadine. And then Megiddo. Might as well Hamadine. As well as the other things that I've forgotten. Medic Hall. Interesting. Miss any. Alright, take Hamadine. Take Megiddo. There you go. That's not bad. Did we get it all? I think we may have. Although, having... Hold on a minute. Paladin... Soul Hacker...
Good.
might want to get his soul hacker all the way up, because he is basically the epitome of Seeker lineage, so just get it.
New skills, new possibilities.
Okay, well that's as far as he could go. Let's go ahead and unlock more things, like these. Okay. Wind. Heavy magic wind to one enemy. Heavy magic wind to all. Recovers MP for each hit. Fascinating. I think that works pretty good. Yeah. Okay, so to Fabian's place.
Where to?
Let's go.
How's Tiny B? While we're at it, let's warp back to Grand Trad and help Fabian out at the Hush Tiny B Inn today. Okay. If you say so.
Yeah.
You always get a flood of guests at night, etc., etc. Yeah. Tolerance. Do it. Oh. Are we going to cook? Yeah, we're going to cook.
By the way,
Chef in training. Help cook a meal at the inn with Maria. After we're done with the veggies, we need to get started on the fish.
how do you make this?
We are going to make a seafood bread wrap, but how are we supposed to make the fish? Take off the fish skin first.
In that case,
First, we need to skin and debone the fish. Oh yeah, it'd be hard to eat with scales and bones, huh? Not that hard. Be harder with the bones, but the skin is fine. Maria and I poured... Oh, no.
They said it was tasty.
Wow, the customer loved it. It's all thanks to your help. Alright,
all right.
cool.
Time marches on, and the age of the new king draws nearer.
Youth Juno. Again.
Well then,
Yeah. Let's just do. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Let's use teleportation magic to get there. They may believe in different gods than I do, but I think I can get them to listen to me. If you say so.
Let us pause.
Something's amiss. Yuva. It's her. What shamelessness. Pardon?
You?
Don't play us for fools. We know this is all you're doing, pagan. Where did you take Sancta Hyperic and the sick ones? We haven't done anything. We haven't done anything at all. You don't know where they are? I heard what happened. You insulted Sanctism, and Sancto Hyperic was in a righteous rage. No, you've misunderstood. I just wanted to help those people in the cellar. Yufa, are you a bad person like everyone says? I just want Mama back. Give her back, please. Ovi. Do you people have no hearts? They called you minions of the devil, but now I believe it. That illness is pagan handiwork for certain. Wait, please. I just want to talk with you all. Let's retreat. Yufa, let's leave. But, Leonid, they won't listen. Are you all right? I'm fine.
Sure.
I can't believe they treated you as badly as they did me. If anything had happened to you, well, I would have had to cast a lifelong curse on them.
I think not.
I wouldn't, actually do that. But I did truly fear the look in their eyes. I understand being worried for those who have disappeared, yet this was altogether different. When they started crowding me, I could see the distortion of Magla around them. I hesitated to give voice to this, but it felt like a possession. But what can I do to help when they see me as some sort of great enemy? Snap them out of it. Snap them out of the trance. You all seem so unshakably optimistic, and your conviction. How are you the way you are? I never feel any sense of hesitation from you. I really admire that. I worry constantly, and I'm always looking for answers. Caution is good. Caution you're describing can be a good thing. Well, if you say it, then I'm inclined to believe it's true. How very strange life has become. Eventually, I accepted that it was simply my fate to never change. My destiny was to be born a priestess and die as one. But now I've started to think my fate might be in my own hands. Maybe I can bend chance to my will. After all, it was by chance that I met Ovi and Hyperic. Yet now I care deeply about what happens to them. If my feelings can be altered so dramatically, then my destiny may be one of change and transformation after all.
I do believe.
And now I want to transform into a source of strength for Ovi and Hyperic. And let's help them. Let's get out there and help them. Thank you so much. Let's start the search for Hyperic and those who were sick. Sense it. Determination, etc. More inheritance slots for Summoner. I'm sure we could find clues at the church, but we can't get close to it right now. It's nearly night anyway, so let's come back another day. I'll try to come up with a plan by then. Yes, I know. Juna. Yeah. Alright. Pantry, washroom, then Juna.
Got
Hey.
I wonder when the fake lance will be ready. I can't seem to calm down. I keep wondering how the performance at the festival will go. Sorry, I hardly recognize myself with all these heavy sighs. You're worried about the threat. Yeah, exactly. Thanks for remembering. Would she really scatter Erica flowers across the stage? Just thinking about it makes me shudder. What would you do if you were in my shoes? I'd love to know. The future is what you make it. How do you stay so positive? But you're right, you know? I feel like I can do this. There's no point worrying about something that hasn't happened after all. I'll conquer this anxiety, and I'll ensure this goes off without a hitch. They don't call me the songstress for nothing. Shall we head to Brylehaven, where the festival is being held? Are you ready? I'm good.
Thanks.
Thanks. I know I've got nothing to fear with you here, with you there. I'll make this the best performance I've ever given. It's almost time. So many guests. Everyone's looking forward to hearing you sing. You're too kind. I've got to give the best performance I can. Anyway, if the stage gets covered in Erica flowers, I'm done for. Today, you're an escort and a bodyguard. If you see Martus, stop her. Would you look at the size of this crowd, Lady Juna? It's unlike anything we've ever seen. Good, because you haven't seen anything yet. Though I must apologize that I'm not dressed the part. I thought comfort might be the way to go. Come now, no need for apologies. You're beautiful in everything you wear. And on that note, you'll be on soon. Are you ready? Oh, and I don't mean to alarm you, but I did see Martus in the crowd. She looked pensive. I hope she isn't planning anything untoward. I'll take care of it.
What a relief.
You are indeed a reliable porter. Thank you. Not a problem. Juna's performance ended without incident and was a roaring success. Okay. But as for Meritus, unpardonable, absolutely inexcusable.
Oh.
You, here to shove me off, are you? What's your scheme? You wouldn't be drawing up another scheme, would you? Didn't I tell you? I said I'd scatter Erica flowers like a flower girl at a wedding. I did get a basket of them ready, you know. They weren't even in season, so it was a real struggle to get even that many. But I don't think I'm feeling it. Hearing her sing shook me to my core, reminded me that I've got a soul too. Think I'm still shaken. Have you looked at the crowd? Really studied their faces? They're over the moon. Wouldn't be half as many like this if it had been me up there.
I was in the wrong.
And for what it's worth, I am sorry about the dress. I bet they would have loved to see her all proper done up. This is a goodbye then. This is goodbye then. Think I'll head home to the countryside. Give my regards to the songstress.
Well,
Whew! Did you see the crowd? Everyone looked so happy out there. This is why I do what I do. Hold on. Ah. For a sea of smiles, the stage is the best seat in the house, and not an Erica flower in sight. I'm on top of the world right now, except for being positively parched. A warm beverage, with my compliments, Lady Juna. Thank you. So considerate.
Wait!
Don't drink that! Silence, interloper. Hold you! Gives bumping into me, and what's going on? You all right then? Glad to hear it. That man, he was mumbling about sanctism and Luis doing something or other. Guess you just stand out in the crowd. Hey, is your throat all right? Dunno, it suddenly started hurting a bit. Myrtus, hey, Capra, come help! I hope Myrtus will be all right. I didn't like that cough. That drink the man tried to give me, was I his target then? And Myrtus, are you all right? Are you okay after all that? I'm fine, yes, but if it weren't for Myrtus, I hate to think what might have happened. Lady Duna, are you safe? Myrtus has come too. But she won't speak a word. Certainly not an easy woman to deal with, is she? We also apprehended the culprit. It seems we foiled an attempt to ruin your throat. The water he offered you was actually a powerful poison. Goodness, I'm so glad everyone made it out unscathed. Oh no. Myrtus must have breathed in those toxins. What? That would mean that's why she isn't speaking. The authorities said the poison was extracted from erica flowers, and the antidote is created by boiling its own leaves. Still, who could know which leaves to pick? If the erica flowers aren't in bloom, then the leaves look like any other plant. But I know all about erica flowers, and I could tell their leaves from the others. I know where they bloom, too. Let's go pick some leaves. The only thing we can do is go pick them. Yes. I suppose you're right. We have to. I have to go. I have to help. I can't stand by as the person who just saved me wastes away. Leonid, help me, please. I want to help Myrtus. But I can't do this alone. Please come with me to help her. Sure. Do you trust?
It's just a pretty flower.
3. I can't just take off right now. I need to sort things out first. I will go, but I need some time I know we're short on. Yeah. Pink. Pinkle link blink.
The age of a new king draws nearer.
Alright, Gauntlet Runner. Package from Barden. Okay, good.
About the currents.
Alright. Nora's Lance will be ready tomorrow, and it seems like the tide has calmed down a bit too. We should be able to set off for Altabury soon. Considering Fidelio's still on the mend, how about we spend the rest of the day helping people out? An excellent suggestion. We should repay those who have done so much for us. It wouldn't hurt to have their support in the future, after all. I shall accompany you. In this, I am quite sure that I would be most useful. Okay. We need to spend tonight formulating our plans for tomorrow, so if there's something else you wanted to do, let's get it done during the day. Got it?
All right.
Yeah. So, Gauntlet Runner. Blip, blip, blip. Pantry. Boo. Washroom.
All right.
Turlet. Cool. Let's see. I think we've been putting off Barden's request long enough. Let's warp to Martyra and go defeat the human Great Worm to protect this town. Talk to Barden to start the fight. Really? Really now? Let's go. We put it off long enough. And it says, take advantage of Strahl's general archetype buffs, and you should have no trouble slaying the boss. Well, we should have no trouble slaying the boss anyway.
You've come.
You're here. We can't let the human get any closer to the town. You all good and ready? Yeah. Yeah, let's go.
I thank you.
Oh, so very grateful. I don't even know how to express it to you. Shh. The cat is in. Or your pals. Seems to have taken refuge in the desert nearby. I can lead the way if you don't mind taking your gauntlet runner. That's fine. I heard the ground rumble. If we wait here, it's bound to show itself.
Yeah.
I'm feeling something. It's got to be here. Huh? Blah.
We will not fall here. Victory is our hands, my friends. Charge!
Hey, Wormface! Remember when you ate us? Well, I sure do.
To the vanguard!
Okay, nah. Hamadine, sure. We can try.
Let's stay calm. By this power.
Make you do. Because I don't know, man. I don't know what his resistances are.
I feel the madla.
I can do this. It's like I must concentrate.
Lava Beast. Medium. Medium. Maggie. Maggie. Shit. Yeah, well. It happens. Whooping its ass.
Ninja!
Maggie-Do. Whoop its ass. Whoop its ass. To the maximum.
Take my fullest power.
Lava Beast.
Help me finish this.
Okay, it doesn't really do much. Blim, blim, bleeny, blim, blim, blim.
Formidable indeed.
There. It is done. Nice. Okay. Look out! Listen, now's our only chance. Kick its ass. Poof. Make it go poof. I apologize. I'm causing all this trouble. Are you hurt?
Everything okay?
Oh, this is nothing. One of my few redeeming features is I'm right tough to kill.
I thank you.
Good.
All right.
Good being tough to kill. I could finally see your power with my own eyes. So that's how you defeated Lady Joanna's monster. It's both mighty and terrible. You really are something to be able to use such power so well. Thank you. Please give my thanks to your friends. And with this, we saved Martira. So let's go with Helen. Aye, good idea. Everyone will feel well at ease once they know the giant sandworm's not coming. I just want to tell everyone you saved the town once again. Let us return and proclaim it, then I'll depart from Martira forever. Okay.
Thank goodness.
Why not? His life is in no real danger. He's just fainted from his exertions. He really is some kind of man, fighting a giant sandworm. Let him rest in the administration building. Even Gastrau can't complain at this point. Not like that guy's around, though. He's hiding somewhere. Why would Barton do such a risky thing, especially for the people who voted against him? All he did was idiotically fight a giant sandworm, which wasn't even coming here to begin with. Truly a desperate move. Go away. Barton protected the town, not you guys. I mean, Barton can kind of be scary, but deep down, he's actually really nice, and he loves us. Child, that's all for show. All he wants is power. Do you not remember how he did, as he pleased to all of you against your wishes? Is that true, you think? That he just wants power? I happened to see him in Actus' workshop, picking out weapons. And he lowered his head, and he said nothing while his sword was tempered. Didn't boast in the slightest. Surely, if he sought power... I also saw Barton before he left to fight. He bought huge amounts of wound care supplies at the apothecary, and I had no idea why at the time. The reason he didn't say anything was so we wouldn't worry, you know? He didn't want us to panic, but to continue on as normal. Tell me such a man could be anything but good. You speak words of praise, but do you not remember? Barton required your help. He always leaves things for others to handle. Is it wrong to ask for help?
What?
What I'm saying is that it's impossible for Barton alone. Indeed, it was impossible for Barton, which is why he wisely requested aid, and then splendid things were accomplished. I, for one, think it was a great decision. All of us have always been reliant on each other, but strangely, in this instance, we suddenly looked to push our anxieties onto a single man. We chose the stolid Barton to shoulder our woes, and then we grew angry when he didn't shoulder them in precisely the way we wanted. It wasn't that Barton wanted power over the whole town. It was us who wanted Barton and the town to do our job for us. Self-governance should not be this way.
That is true.
It's true that Barton lost the vote. Perhaps he wasn't as perfect as everyone wanted. But he never ceased his efforts to improve the town. I want everyone to understand that much. We should be the ones to think about town stuff. We can do things ourselves, all of us. We just tried to... Hold on, 30-second timer in my face. Gotta wait 10 seconds for me to read through it. We just tried to make Barton do all the work. That's sad. Did something happen to Martira? Again? Nothing. Don't worry, nothing's happened.
A great relief.
I see. Very good then. Barden the Fuzma.
I managed to protect it.
With certain exceptions, escape will always succeed during squad battle. Fuck, dude. That's pretty good. Always tactical retreat.
Many thanks.
Thank you, truly, for saving Barden. We'll take care of things from here. We'll take care of the town, too. We'll figure things out ourselves. It will be done. Entrusted Barden to the care of the people. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Tink. Alright, time for a planning meeting.
What's up now? Something on your mind? That's nothing. Just thinking.
Oh no. You're not still feeling unwell, are you?
It's just a twinge now, that's all. I'm sharp as ever, me.
You sure? Because I remember once the big fever passed, you went hot and cold again a couple more times. I've never seen you go down like that.
I said I'm fine, didn't I? God, but you don't worry too much. Come on, I'm starving.
Something's bothering me.
Really? He seemed pretty healthy to me.
Just a bad feeling, I suppose. It was a human that wounded him. Hard to say whether the magla might have any nasty side effects. You know.
You mean he may need magic healing? I don't know if we're gonna find that here on the island.
Hey, is there any way we could get Rella to take a look at him? Magla-borne symptoms can take a turn for the worse incredibly fast, no matter how healthy you are. I'd rather not let it fester.
Well, we do claim to help anyone in need, eh? But don't forget that we're fighting a battle. And if you cannot distinguish friend and foe on the battlefield, it will be your end.
I know you're right. But I get the feeling those two are telling themselves the same thing.
What if now, what if, instead of speeding to her doorstep, we ask her saintliness to come here? It'll just take a bit of conspiring to get our story straight. I mean, I'm not normally a chap to take sides in this sort of thing, but those two hardly strike me as the evil type.
Look, Captain, I wouldn't feel right ignoring this. Will you please go to the royal capital for me?
No problem.
No problem. I'll go.
I knew you'd say that. Well, if Rella's coming here, I guess it won't be that much trouble.
Thanks. I remember I called you two soft once. I see now I was wrong.
If that's sorted, let's get it done sharpish before any complications crop up.
Maybe Rella. I'm not sure. Unless Dell has a change of heart.
Thank you so much for your help leading the evacuation. They tell me not everyone got a chance to thank you. So on their behalf,
Don't worry about it. Didn't want the annihilation of a whole village on my conscience is all.
Wasn't expecting you to handle the evacuation side, though. Thought for sure you'd be the first in the fray with the human.
They healed me up. Gotta repay the favor, don't I? Wouldn't feel right otherwise.
And then for their sake, you should take care of yourself, too.
What? Who the hell? No way. Aren't you Saint Rella?
You're joking. You're not joking. Why is she here?
I called for her and she came. You that surprised? I know people in the Crown Theocracy. My work speaks for itself these days.
It's almost time for the Saints' Day festivities in Montario. Having been invited, I was in the area. I heard about your splendid work, Fidelio and Basilio. I hardly recognized the two of you.
You remember us?
Of course. This is a bit of a reversal, though. Back then, it was you helping treat Basilio's wound. I can tell how far you've come since then.
Ugh.
But I've also heard about your own injury. Your right foot, I'm guessing? Have you felt any sudden fevers come on? Let me have a look. Yes, that should do. I can see you had an expert looking after you already. Physically, you're as well as anyone could ask. But... Fidelio, is there something you feel lost or anxious about?
Where's that coming from?
I've talked to lots of people and observed the flow of their magic. By now, I'm certain that Magla is connected to our emotions. When I speak to someone who's feeling strong emotions, I can sense the state of their heart as if seeing it with my own eyes.
Nah, I'm sound. Nothing's getting me down.
I see. Then you should be fine. Just don't take life for granted, or your treatment will have been for nothing. Keep on living, all right? For now, let's see. Run to the beach and back with Basilio. If you can make it without slowing down, then clearly there's nothing wrong with your foot.
Hey, sounds like a laugh. Just like when we were kids. Step lively, Del, or I'll leave you behind.
Hey, what the hell? I said I'm fine. Oh, damn it. Basilio! Hang on!
Thanks, Rella. When you told me about the first time you'd saved someone's life, I didn't realize you were talking about them.
You're in Luis's entourage now. Yet you needed our stories to match in front of the brothers. You're swimming in dangerous waters, aren't you? Not just that. You've got a gauntlet runner that can teleport across the land and an elder captain who wields it through magic. That's a lot to take in.
Well, how do I put this?
I didn't realize it when I met you before, but you're already one of the top candidates. I saw the King's Rock. Are you intending to confront Luis?
That's right.
Yes. That's right.
Well, there you have it.
So you are committed to this path, no matter what. I knew this day might come. It's not my place to stop you.
Come now. Do you have to be so bleak? I've already spent my fair share of time with Luis, you know.
Don't underestimate Luis. As far as the Crown Theocracy knows, the King's magic will protect the highest candidates from any harm. And they think that guarantees their safety at the festival. But I've done my research. Some attacks the barrier can't stop. I believe the magic only prevents underhanded approaches, like ambush.
So there's a loophole.
It's not widely known, but take a duel, for instance. Both parties identify themselves, fight with consent, and the magic won't protect them, no matter their standing.
But if you just have to identify yourself and agree to fight... Was that why the battle with Gladel?
Suffice it to say, the King's Shield is not perfect, and Luis will surely exploit that. I have a terrible feeling there will be bloodshed before Saint's Day is over. I won't try to stop you, but be careful down the road, all right?
Understood.
Yes. Understood.
Then please, look after Juna.
Indeed.
You do know I'm not a child anymore.
Keep up, Del! Gotta be faster than that!
Spring-heeled bastard, you've got the height advantage. Damn it. You haven't won yet.
I suppose we'll have to leave it there.
We sent Rella back to Grand Trad with teleportation magic, avoiding the gaze of the brothers who were, fortunately, too winded to notice.
Can't deny it this time, though. You lot did fantastic.
And Lady Juna's safe too. I owe you thanks for that, if nothing else. The islanders gave us a map of the east side of the island. Their way of thanking us, I suppose. You're welcome to it, if you don't waste it.
See? Old Del's great at looking after people. He saved loads of them in the evacuations.
Oh, belt up, would you? Been meaning to ask. That's a book, yeah?
Didn't take you for the book reader. Lord Luis likes them though. Often got his head buried in one.
This is... Yeah, this is the thing that makes them a party member, more or less.
By the way, Lord Luis, have this same book? I hear it's been banned.
How should we know? Not like we grew up round books. People barely literate nowadays, frankly.
So, what's it say? As long as we're killing time anyhow, let me see it.
Sure.
In this world, one can become anything they desire. Neither birth nor status decides your occupation.
Huh. Sounds grand, that. You think this place really exists?
Of course not, you muppet. It's a fantasy, remember? Anyone is free to become anything. This is a paradise of equality and freedom, devoid of discrimination or prejudice. Pretty words, then. But if everybody's free to do what they want, they'll work out their own reasons to be prejudiced. You can call it a utopia, but I reckon people living in it might romanticize our world too. At the end of the day, dreaming of escape will only ever be a dream. Nothing changes unless you do it with your own hands.
Aye. But if we really could do anything, I quite fancy opening up a little diner with you, Del. You like singing, eh? And I'm dead handy with a cook pan. We could invite Lady Juna over. Host a fancy soiree of our own. Every night, just us and our best mates living it up. You telling me you don't like the sound of that?
Get your head out of the clouds, Baz. We're long past being able to get away with that. Doesn't matter anyway. The dream is just a dream.
I see.
Time marches on, and the age...
So he needs to overcome his cynicism. And it's gonna happen on Saints' Day. Ain't it?
Now then.
He's probably gonna help us confront Luis in the end. Well then, we'll be departing today. But what's this I hear about a festival on the island? The islanders all seem to be heading for the coast. The village wants to show their gratitude to us and wish us a safe journey. Thanks to the tides, I believe we can still make it by the deadline, even if we leave tomorrow. The festivities include a sacred rite where a dragon god statue is set alight in a ceremonial bonfire. It's said that if you offer prayers to it with someone, your wishes will come true. Isn't that just marvelous? And who will you, dear Captain, pray with tonight, I wonder? Uh-huh. Does it have to be a party member, or can it be Gallica? Because I'd rather have Gallica than any of my party members give me a weapon that recovers a small amount of MP per turn in battle for their related archetype. From the guide. That decided, we all helped the villagers prepare for the festival. Once the effigy of the dragon god was complete, the sun was already down.
Didn't expect them to throw such a party before our departure. A far cry from our first night here in the cell.
I hear 'tis a festival in the dragon god's name, meant to ensure a safe sea voyage. In place of a lighthouse, their fire is kept burning until the morning.
I say, these locals are very well informed. They're up to their gills in practical and theoretical magna theory. Not as focused on the mechanicals as us mainlanders, but the land's far from barbaric. Their insights could rather improve the runner's design, you know? Ah, speaking of, I finished with the last of the... We're fine already.
Grand, ain't it? Del's all better. And we've got some choice souvenirs to bring back to Lord Luis.
We're not out of the woods yet. Don't be too quick to celebrate. Hey, come on, lads, loosen up! It's a party! We've all had a little fun. And you? What's a sanctist fat cat like you doing getting all giddy over a pagan festival? I have to laugh, don't I? You know, I thought the Crier's life had made me pretty knowledgeable about our world, but turns out most of what I knew was lies. Makes me think, maybe this is how my old father felt.
Crier a family trade, eh? Imagine that.
The Crown Theocracy does love their hereditary titles. Yeah, my old man was a serious fella. More than me, that's for sure. He called out corruption where he saw it. Made him a pariah. There you go. Yeah, I remember he once flat out suggested igniters were more dangerous than the Crown Theocracy was letting on. And there was that riot in the slums, of course, the one started by that Parapus. The church dismissed it as paupers revolting over their conditions. But my old man, well, he said it wasn't a riot at all. Outright accused the Crown Theocracy of turning an innocent Parapus feral through horrific magic experiments. What? Yeah, who knows what really happened there? Either way, nobody took my father seriously. He was condemned as a liar, and he died young. Just the way it is, I suppose. People will always prefer their own feelings to the truth. Happiness is a luxury hard to come by otherwise. Hard to care about the world after that. I was a poor excuse for a crier, if you ask me. Yep, here I am. It's beyond weird. Somehow, you lot have managed to make the world seem interesting again. I'm genuinely grateful, you know? It makes a man feel as if he owes you. You owe us nothing. Can't afford any rumors about you being biased in our favor, anyway. Fair enough. Fair enough. Honestly, though, you need anything, you've got me on your side. I'll do what I can. For now, I'll catch a boat ride to Altabury ahead of you. Once this festival's over, it'll be farewell for the moment. So, let's make this a bash to remember.
Damn. Boy sprinting.
Now, time for some fun. Bring out the treats.
And those are?
The fruit is called dragon's tears. They're quite precious. Their tree only bears once every few years.
Ah, 'tis delicious. Beyond delicious.
Wonderful. This again. Hulkenberg's taste is dubious.
The juice burst forth as soon as I put it in my mouth.
Sounds. I feel quite.
Drunk.
What's going on? There's something odd about the way those two are laughing. But he's crying. What is this fruit?
You see, in old times, old long times ago people ate this to reach a higher plane of existence and talk to the gods.
Ha! Yes, you certainly appear to have reached some higher state. Glad I passed.
Or it's peyote.
Finally back to normal. Well, that sure felt like a festival. Not that I'm complaining. Oh, and did you hear? The people of this island make a wish over that flame. It's said that if you write your wish on a piece of paper, it'll bring you good luck. You don't often get to relax like this. So why don't you go there with someone?
We certainly have plenty of time. This is a rare opportunity. Who should I invite?
You decided on someone?
Gallica. You. Because I need that buff to mage. Oh, wait. So pretty. How the fire reflects off the ocean. Not even God could refuse granting a wish made in a scene like this. Hey, what do you think God is? Sanctism and this village's religion both have a God, right? And they all believe God protects them and makes them happy. But is it actually possible for everyone in the world to be happy? If someone's not happy, what is their God doing? Watching them.
Hold on.
Maybe God is just watching. Just watching. Sounds easy. I'd prefer God to step in if someone needed help. I just want there to be less unhappiness in the world. Though, I suppose it's pretty hard to quantify, really. Anyways, back to reality. Shall we go make our wishes? Nothing to lose from trying, right? There we go. And if you don't grant my wish, you'll regret it, you hear? I think adding that gives it a better chance. Totally coming true now. Just totally coming true now. Right? Don't mess with me if my wishes don't come true. I wish for all the world's anxiety to be replaced with hope. Why not bring big? Why not dream big, right? When we don't know what lies ahead, that's when we're the most anxious, right? That's pretty much true of most of our lives. All the more reason to enjoy life for what it is and hope for the best. You've got to expect to be anxious about stuff. That's a good way to look at it. Got a pretty good perspective on it. I'm just saying, if we can wake up the prince, I think that would give people hope. And considering how far you've come, I think you're going to see it through. Have you really thought about that? How far you've come? I mean, you've grown so much since you got pushed off a cliff in the desert. I should know. I've been there the whole time.
So,
What did you wish for? For our journey's success. Wish for our journey to be successful. I'm sure that when you make a wish, God listens.
thank you.
Phew. I've had a great time at this festival. Thanks for that. I'd like to give you something. Not as thanks or anything, I found it on the beach the other day. I mean, this from the bottom of my heart. Take care of it. Will you? Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Gallica. It's a weapon. A weapon, okay? Getting it back to the runner was a nightmare, so you better equip it. Hell yeah. Whalebone rod. Alright. That's not bad.
Tell, you hear all that? What that cry was talking about?
Oh.
Yeah. Sounded proper familiar to me.
It's easy to blame the Sanctus Church for the whole thing. But maybe not all of them were happy about it. Makes you think. I remember St. Rella looked like her heart was breaking, seeing us at death's door. Maybe she knew what was going on.
Yeah.
What are we believing, really? Are we absolutely positive that, you know, Count Luis's vision and ours have enough in common?
They're starting to question.
Only talking about this. He's the reason we got this far. A couple of Paracus orphans. Nobody else wants us. Nobody cares about us. We'd be nothing without Count Luis.
I know, Del, but he makes all them speeches about equality, but in the end, he's gonna leave the weak to die. I heard him talk about his ideal world, and it sounds like a world where we'd have died alone in the dirt. No Saint Rella to save us. Is that what we're fighting for?
Too late for that kind of talk, brother. Blood on our hands either way.
Hey! What are you two doing on your own? Come join the party! You'll miss the whole festival.
Lady Juna.
What's that look about? I know you're absolutely smitten with me, love, but you needn't be so tense about it.
Do you plan to kill Count Luis?
What are you talking about? He can't be killed anyway.
Lady Juna, I don't think your heart is with Count Luis anymore. Or maybe it never was. There's a side of you which you only show them. But us, I'm starting to think we've never seen the real you.
Are you really so worried for Count Luis? He's the one who measures worth in power. So what would he think to hear you underestimating him?
So you don't actually work for Forden or nothing then? No ulterior motives?
I've been with Count Luis since before the race even started, haven't I? Ever since he was stripped of command.
Hey, Del.
I'm sorry if I made you worry. That's my fault. But trust me on this. I promise I'll make sure this world's got more to give you two than despair.
I saw it with my own eyes. That lance gets past the king's magic. That means it can kill a candidate. They were testing it among themselves, and Lady Juna was right there with them.
You serious? How are we supposed to report that to Count Luis?
Oh, fuck.
It's my own problem. I told you to leave the thinking to me.
You know, I really like Lady Juna's songs, and I like seeing you listening to it when you get the chance. You got arm around your heart, Del, and her music pierces it. I don't want to kill Lady Juna. And you don't either, Del. Do you?
Well, it was a good ride. So tonight's our last night on the island. Tomorrow's the big day. So let's make sure we're plenty rested. Talk to everybody. I hope the brothers are okay. I don't think they know the particulars of our plan, but we can't let our guard down. When we first arrived, I never thought we'd be making the journey to Altabury with hope in our hearts. Let the waves rock us, then. We will prepare ourselves for the trials to come.
Well,
I just hope we can get out of here without being attacked.
What do you want to do?
We depart the island tomorrow, so you should use this opportunity to relax and get some sleep while you still can. Yeah, no kidding. Okay, change to wizard. Because we like it. Because wizard is cool.
Yes.
I cannot have my stomach grumbling while afield. I should buy myself a small ration of something before we depart. The trouble is finding a food that will not spoil. Hello. Well, since we'll be journeying together for some time, I want to thank you for having me. I'm sad to leave my brother and will miss him dearly, but I know, in my heart, this will be a grand adventure. I bet the brothers are going to take the lance and then have a crisis of conscience and something or other. Or not. And,
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
And Luis is probably going to kill someone. someone in the vicinity to test it, and it's gonna fucking piss off Dell something awful. Must say, I am sad to leave the island, if for no other reason than every meal here has been an utter delight. I'm almost certain you said the same thing when we left Brylehaven. And Martira, a new world of cuisine is but a few days away if you'll just be patient. Mind your tongue, Stroll. Few days is thrice as many meals. Wow, you really are taking this hard. Well, when you've said your goodbyes to the people and the food, meet at the Gauntlet Runner. Okay. Gauntlet Runner, after a cutscene, let's depart for Altabury. Do I need to buy anything? When you're ready, everyone will be waiting for you at the Gauntlet Runner. Yeah. Okay, let's do the shopping that I could have been doing, but I haven't been doing, and should be doing. You, Seed? No. Wrong guy. This guy doesn't really have much, does he? What about you? Mossy hard armor. Cool. We can come back later. I believe that's everything. Just head to the Gauntlet Runner. It's a good party. Says there's an hour 32 in the recording. I don't even know. You know what? Keep that previous save. It's fine.
Looks like the sea's settled somewhat. We've got a map of the Altabury region too. I'd say we're set.
Now we can leave with our minds clear and pockets full, eh? Where are those brothers? Out on errands?
Oh, jeez.
Leave them behind.
Yeah, that seems like a bad idea.
I think they took the lance.
Let's go over our plan. As soon as we get to Altabury, we give Luis the fake lance Nuris made up for us.
While I hold on to the real one.
Then, on the eve of this divine relic dedication ceremony, we use the real lance to end this, once and for all. He doesn't know we've worked out its powers. We'll use that to our advantage. Juna, we'll need you to convince Luis to attend the eve of the festival.
Let me guess, that's the fake lance.
So for a while now. Don't want him spending the evening in his heavily fortified Skyrunner after all.
So where is the false lance in question?
Right here, ready to poke an eye out.
Okay.
Oh, what do you think? A dead ringer, eh?
Such detail. Even I can't tell them apart.
When we get to Altabury,
Well, that's not good.
pass off the fake to Luis. Then, we execute our plan.
Oh, by the way, I was talking with the Magnus brothers earlier. Think they might be onto us.
That's not good. We'll need to be more careful.
Wait, footsteps. Speak of the devils. We'll need to hide the real lance.
You're late. We were about to leave you behind.
Right, all present and counted. Anchors away, what?
Aye aye, me hearties!
The fuck?
What? Roland? Is that not the customary explanation of sailors? Mr. Batlin was very specific.
I wouldn't believe everything he says.
Okay.
Melancholy. Leaving the people we have so recently come to know.
We'll be back. With some fantastic tales to tell them too.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly.
Okay. So they didn't take the lance yet. But
We'll make faster progress back on land.
But I am guaranteeing that they will. Like, just take it. Bring it to Luis, the real one. Here's Altabury Heights. It's quite a ways. Think we'll make it in time? Without a problem. This fine wind will have us making landfall by the morrow. So the whole trip should be 2 nights with 3 days of travel. So I'll only have to endure 1 day of being rocked sick. Huh. Now there's a grim face if I ever saw one. Captain, for Stroll's sake, let us make haste. Full speed ahead to Altabury Heights, capital of Montario. Take care you don't tumble overboard now.
With a new ally in tow, the Gauntlet Runner at last departs the island toward the eastern side of the inland sea. Their destination is the Principality of Montario. Its vast mountain crags, so different from the western terrain, can be seen clearly from the water. Their forthcoming task would be their greatest trial yet. They felt the tension rise in wordless silence.
Ping pong ding a bing ding a pong ding bing. 2 more days. Well, at least on this journey, we don't have to worry about that sea monster anymore. It's true. Pantry. Bum bum bing bum bum bling. Blum blum bleem blum blum bleem blue. Blum 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 bleem. Blum 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 blum. Blum 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 blum. To the deck for more fishing. Bling 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 blong.
The truth is,
Indeed, I thought I'd do some fishing. Tail. Oh my, tail. Says maybe it's all this staring at the water's surface, but I'm starting to feel a bit queasy. Think like a fish. Suppose I'll give it a try. A bite! Strong one! Stronger. 1 Lord of the Lake, 2 something or others. Okay.
here we go.
Tension and strategy, etc., etc. He's already said these things.
Just as the curtain of night descends on the wilderness, ideal for their cover, it works both ways, as monsters and rogues alike await their victims in the shadows of the rocks. Only a Gauntlet Runner offers peace of mind against such dangers, a large reason why they are so sought after.
Indeed.
We should reach the city day after tomorrow. I can feel the temperature dropping since we made landfall. I bet it'll be pretty cold in Altabury. Campfire and book. We read book. Book is good. More books. How to Walk Outside the Island. This appears to be a Mustari authored travelogue and guide of lands outside the island. It's been thoroughly annotated by Yufa. I have yet to start reading it. Mustari's Guide to Life Outside the Island. Must be tough for them. If I read this book, I may gain more tolerance. Shall we spend some time reading? Yeah. Travelogue offers an introduction to cultures and customs outside Ferg Island, told through the Mustari author's first-hand experience. It contains practical guides for things like creating an altar while traveling, or making eye contact with unmasked people. These encapsulate some of the difficulties Mustari people face living outside the island. Yufa must have read and reread this thoroughly. The book is nearly in tatters. Living in a totally foreign culture sounds so difficult, and yet this author and Yufa are jumping right into it. Seeing their willingness to embrace other cultures and values gives me tolerance. Cool. There's still more left to read in this book. I'll pick up from here next time.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
It would seem that
We now stand among the mountains. I have long gazed at the peaks of Montario from the island, but I never imagined I would see them this close. Altbury remains cold year-round, so quite accordingly, its people have perfected the art of piping hot stew. And it's home to the foremost opera house in the kingdom as well. I suppose that will be the stage of our confrontation with Louise. Let's keep our hopes high. Let's make sure... Pantry. Washroom. And book. Outside the island. Yeah. Tolerance, let's go. Travelogue. The section on Grand Trot contains a list of recommended shops to visit. The words "must go" are written in small letters next to some, presumably by Yufa. However, the author does advise against praying at restaurants in Grand Trot. Doing so will greatly increase the chances of being kicked out, apparently. Living in a totally foreign culture sounds so difficult, and yet things... Okay. Tolerance. Get the fucking shit up. Hoy, you lot aren't going to believe the view I'm seeing outside. I'm hitting the brakes.
The Gauntlet Runner makes a short stop in front of Colorado Cliffs, a bluff so tremendous it fills one's vision. Its massive fissure said to be the vestige of a god's wrath, as only a force capable of splitting heaven and earth could cause it. Perfectly balanced by the work of nature, or the wrath of gods extolled in creation, none can say.
Interesting. Huh. Absolutely incredible. I've heard of sheer cliffs before, but I never imagined something like this. Indeed, falling off of that precipice would be unfathomably terrifying and exhilarating, I imagine. Makes me want to jump. I'd like to try jumping off of it. Damned, boar-faced, sanctist scullions! Yeah. Boy, what's gotten into you? My, that was rather pleasing. It's quite refreshing, you know, to pull your voice from the very bottom of your gut and yell in such a manner. I am reminded of the time you were all yelling before me. It was a rather terrible experience, I admit. But, if I may, I would like to try my hand at this yelling.
Listen!
Never again shall I sleep in a roach-infested inn! I hear you. I feel you. I'm with you there. How amusing. I would also like to try screaming as well. What's the matter? I fully intended to do it, but the words just won't come out at all. And this girl is just too charming. Never change, love. Well, does anybody else have something to yell about? I sense that gazing off of the cliff's edge and being filled with an unexplainable urge to scream has somehow broadened my wisdom. Alright.
As for me...
Oh, then I suppose it's old Nura's turn. I've prepared a list of complaints that I wish I could recite to you all on a daily basis, and... Brr, rather chilly out here, isn't it? We should head back before we all catch a cold. Yes, we shouldn't allow ourselves to spend too much time on these distractions. But I must scream! Okay, fine. As always, I've drawn this place. Here. Alright. I'll keep Naras's picture as a souvenir.
The gauntlet runner stops amidst the terrain as twilight envelops the wilderness in darkness. The twinkling lights are not all stars. Some are the eyes of monsters peering through the dark. To await the dawn in comfort and peace is a privilege only the gauntlet runner can provide.
We've only got a limited amount of time left to enjoy these quiet moments. Once we get to Altabury, well, you know what's going to happen. Yeah, no kidding. Alright, we got the Lumabee, and we want to go to the lounge to find Yufa. You haven't reflected on the past with her yet. Let's spend some time talking to her. Alright. Hey, Yufa.
Pardon me, but...
Oh, are you free at the moment? I just finished meditating, and I'd like to talk with you a bit, if you don't mind. Yeah, no problem. I've only heard about the outside world from imported books and my brother's stories. I can't believe that starting today I will travel those lands myself. I never would have had the confidence to attempt such a venture on my own. I am truly glad to have met you and everyone else. Same here. I'm glad I was able to meet you too. To meet all of you and embark on this journey. It almost feels as though all this was guided by the will of a great power. Speaking of which, Juna graciously gave me some advice about trips such as this one. She said, make sure you keep one eye on your wallet whenever you're in town, and never, ever, ever follow a stranger somewhere. Juna's kindness truly knows no end. I feel quite lucky to go on a trip with so many people watching over me. Oh, that reminds me. I meant to ask you, what were things like when you began this journey? I must admit, I am somewhat curious about the place where your mission began. It is my hope that one day, when this is all over, that I may visit it. Okay.
All right.
7, wow. That's good shit. Oh, I'm sorry. I was having so much fun talking with you, the time escaped me. Is it all right if we continue? Talked for a while.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
nearly time.
'Tis only a ways further until we reach Altabury. The city is likely abuzz with activity related to Saint's Day. I wonder if Luis is already there. Sooner or later, we have to hand Draco Dios over to him. One must wonder what the brothers will tell him of our time on the island. I hope they will leave out any unnecessary details. We just have to stand tall and be confident. If you have to sell a lie, look them straight in the eye and say every word like you truly believe it. Also, only tell the truth. Well, every lie has truth in it. Every good lie has truth in it.
Alright then.
Got a sec?
This will be the last time we'll be able to relax for a while once we arrive and blah blah blah. Yeah. Pantry. Wash. Book. Bubbly, blobbly, blee. Bookshelf lined with books. Do the thing. Yeah. A section detailing the small, cute animals that exist outside the island is particularly worn. Yufa must have returned to this section often, but it goes on to depict some methods mainlanders use to keep and raise animals for food. I can feel the author's and Yufa's shock through the pages. Living in a totally foreign culture must be difficult, etc. Yeah, we know. That's tolerance maxed. Savior. 'Tis one of the virtues. Yeah, we do that. Good. We finished the book. With that, I've finished the book. I feel like my understanding of the world has deepened. And we're getting stuff that's just gonna plink, you know. Tolerance I've honed will blah. Okay. Son of a fucking bitch. This is near us. I've got something on the old girl's radar, so we'll be taking a short stop.
Before Altabury's mountains, the Gauntlet Runner sets upon the murky graveyard. The colossal bridges overhead are an impressive sight. During the Annex War, this land was a fierce battleground. Many soldiers, unable to return to their loved ones, found their final rest here. But few honor the dead. Their spirits take no solace. Their tragic remains are desecrated by wild dogs, leaving their bones exposed to the elements.
Damn. Ain't that some shit?
Just look at it.
Whoa, these bridges are huge. 'Tis an area defined by its numerous valleys. The bridges connect the flatlands and increase the amount of places in which people may live. That makes sense. But if these bridges were to fall in battle, those people would end up isolated. Yes, all very fascinating, but have you looked at what's directly in front of you? Those are the bones of people, aren't they? They are the remains of those who fell during the Annex War. This was the site of a fierce battle, and the dead were left to the elements, denied the dignity of a proper burial. Land is tragic. War is tragic. We shouldn't disrespect the fallen here. Indeed, I can't bear to think of something on this scale happening again. Brings me no pleasure to see it, yet 'tis valuable to experience the cold reality of battle beyond the legends, tales of valor. Carve this memory into your hearts. That is why the magla that drifts about this place carries such an oppressive weight. I can feel the sadness and regret of those whose lives came to an end here. Wisdom. Something wrong, Nuras? Your face has gone blue. Are you scared? Perhaps this place scares you, Nuras. My powers of imagination are more robust than most. Why, Nuras, I'm surprised you put any stock in scary stories. You're a more gentle soul than I gave you credit for. Too true, too true. Before all else, I am a delicate flower.
Well then.
Well then, shall we make a quiet departure so as not to rouse the dead?
That's my fault.
I'm sorry to have made such a fuss. I would like to give those who died a proper send-off, and drew this with that in mind. Okay. Take this so I don't forget it.
Altabury Heights, capital of the Principality of Montario, the eastmost country annexed into the Kingdom of Uchronia. The mountain path leading to the city begins near the coastline, but few gauntlet runners can contend against its steep slope. Those who complete the arduous climb are rewarded. City lights, dusted with snow, twinkle beautifully in the valley. But what awaits the party there is no reward, but their greatest trial thus far. The hour of reckoning draws near, and they steel themselves anew.
The seat of Sanctism, Altabury. Truly, I never thought I would see it in person. What is that giant structure?
The monolith. In Sanctus Scripture, they tell of how the stone was shaped by God's own hand.
It's afloat. I'd only heard rumors that it didn't touch the ground, but to see it now.
Are we finally moving again?
Just another trip for our songstress.
We're here at last.
Shit is going to go down here. We decided to present Luis with Dracodios, Lance of the Dragon God, aboard his gauntlet runner, the Charadrius. Let's hope he doesn't find out the lance is fake.
Well done. So this is the Lance of Legend, is it?
I am called Euphrasia, priestess of the island. For personal reasons, I have joined them on their journey.
You do not detest them?
I owe my life to them, and I understand they operate under your guidance.
Indeed. I had heard you were able to obtain the lance without incurring the islanders' hatred. Quite a feat, now that I know it is true. Well done. At last, it seems that even fate has abandoned Fortin. Thanks to you, I was spared the effort of sifting through ashes to find them. If the islanders could not be persuaded, my next course would have been to raise their village to the ground. The Caradrius' batteries would make that a fairly simple task.
What?
Why are you surprised? At times, sacrifice is necessary to save the many. Was that not the exact reasoning by which your countrymen would have seen you die?
You're...
Have the lance brought to my chamber later. Thank you for your hard work in spite of your wound. Take care of yourselves. Now we need only to wait until tomorrow for the Saints' Day Festival.
The whole event will be held over 2 days at the Opera House.
The first day is the eve of the festival, and I'm scheduled to sing. Hope you're looking forward to it.
Main festivities start on the second day. That's when all these divine relics will be dedicated and sealed. It's aimed at proving beyond a doubt that Sanctism is the highest authority.
All kind of daft though, isn't it? If they were that confident in their scriptures, you'd think they wouldn't have to bother with all that.
This is where Fortin dies. He and Sanctism itself. At the very least, it's worth giving him a memorable end.
Lord Louise, I do hope you'll come and watch me sing this time. We missed you at the opening ceremony. If you're not there, it'll hardly be worth it.
You needn't worry. Having come all this way, it would be a waste not to show.
Well, I'm off to check out the Opera House. Want to make sure everything's shipshape for my solo, of course. The rest is up to you.
You have all performed admirably. You exceeded my every expectation. Soon, Forden's reign will come crashing down. From this point onward, I would have you forfeit the competition and dedicate yourself fully to my campaign. Understood. For now, rest your wings a while. Tomorrow's festivities will be a grand show indeed.
It seems the land's passed muster. Eurus is a peerless craftsman, if not else.
No,
Yufa, are you okay?
he would have destroyed my home. How could he suggest such carnage with not a shade of guilt? I was sure that deep down, all people are inherently good at heart. Now, you made it sound like you were bound to kill him at any cost. And now I understand why.
Then let's get back on track and go find ourselves an inn. You've got more supporters now. I dare say we'll find better lodging than we could before.
I wouldn't be so sure. This city's in the palm of Forden's hand, and we're the ones who humiliated him during the exhibition.
All the same, we're about to do something big. To be honest, I'll take anywhere, so long as I can stretch out.
It's cold.
It's cold.
Then...
Hold up. Yeah, I'm freezing my wings off.
Sorry.
I thought this city was the seat of the church.
In times before the church, it said many diverse faiths and teachings took root in this city. That's why Montario is the only mainland nation that trades with the islands.
Indeed. My grandfather often said that until his generation, the only prominent building of the Sanctus Church was that opera house. Though the prevailing story now, of course, is that Sanctism reclaimed this land from malevolent pagans.
Either way, I'm certain there should be quite a few Mustari who feign conversion and live in seclusion.
If one of these Mustarians really exists, it may work in our favor. Let's look for it.
Okay.
Taking off?
If it is a Mustari-owned inn we seek, then I know of one in the center of town. It is called Skywood Tavern. I recall it being rather pleasant, with very little that would point to its Mustari roots. It was on Dia Franco Street, if I'm not mistaken. So cold. At least Hulkenberg is in her element. Can't we get going before we freeze, though? Sure. Lunlumo Approach, rather. Yeah. There's 2 gold beetles here to pick up along the way. Really now. Hey.
Why, you little...
Curse that driver. Getting lost in the mountains, and in the snow no less. I thought I'd freeze to death. I'm supposing the inns around here are all full too. I wonder if we'll have to go to the far side of the street.
Well met.
We welcome you to Altabury. Good Lord, aren't you that elder candidate? Out with you. Go back whence you came. This land is under the protectorate of the Sanctus Church. We've no shelter for heathens. Guess we've reached some level of notoriety, haven't we? Yeah, it's thin. I hear there's a motley crew of candidates gathered here. This year's Saints' Day is looking to be the most festive celebration we've had yet. I've heard rumors those relics once belonged to the church, which would mean His Eminence Forden's standing is as good as assured. I have it on good authority that you're full of bullshit. Your church and your Forden. Phew, finally got those nattering nobles off my carriage. It's always like this around Saints' Day. I just can't abide how self-absorbed all these hoity-toits are. I'm so cold. Stop, I'm wagon sick. Forget Altabury is up a bloody mountain, did you? If you don't like the carriage, go on and buy yourself a gauntlet runner, why don't you? Suppose that'd put me right out of a job, though. You're the elder who made a mess in the exhibition in Barriohaven, aren't you? Listen here, Altabury is the stronghold of the Sinkist Church. You don't stand a chance. Fuck off.
Yes, hello.
Not in my wildest imaginings did I believe you'd survive long enough to meet me here in Altabury. In all honesty, I'm shocked you made it past the exhibition. Nevertheless, you'll be sorry to know I've acquired my offering relic as well. Such a spectacular offering will surely astound citizens and candidates alike. Alike. It's snowing. We'd probably do the exchange. Mock exchange will purchase mock is more favorable on days with weather is bad. Awful weather, ain't it? But for you, what a stroke of luck. Also, on Idol's Day, my exchange rate's even better than my usual fair trade. It hurts me to do it, but I've been told to buy your mug for a slightly higher price in order from that. Okay, fine. Cool. Yeah. Let's go. You do a lot. Mug to convert. He doesn't have all that much. Okay, and this is the maximum he can do. Interesting. I think there's a cap to the money I can make. That I can hold on to, and that's it. But this is strictly a business relationship, eh? Don't think this means I support you politically. If you get the wrong idea, I'm the one that'll be paying for it. Yeah, of course.
Hey, listen.
Thank you very much for your business. Not much else.
My wits have left me, I believe.
What are you doing lying in the middle of a public route? Are you quite all right? You do realize you're in the way, don't you? Why, I never... Don't just stare. Get up. Away with you. Not much you can do about it, ma'am. Recruitment office. Recruitment center, rather. Nobody really except him. What's that? Bounties? I'd love to check, but I'm kind of busy right now. Come back when things have settled down a bit. I have got a lot of requests. Okay. I'm also trying to look for the gold beetles.
Wonderful, isn't it?
Oh there.
You there. Is the view not spectacular here? That impressive structure out there is called the monolith. The rumors were true. It looks like a sculpture jutting out of the sky more than the ground. Truly a sight to behold. With the opera house at its base, it's truly this city's landmark. 'Twas well worth the trip from Grand Trad to lay eyes upon it.
Wonderful, isn't it?
Yeah, sure. Lolly, 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 lule, lo. What? I'm just being dumb. You? Are you in here, Mr. Bug? I don't think so. Even the finest igniter is useless if you don't have the body to support it. Train, train, then train some more. Don't want to die? Then train to live. Live to train. Ah, closery. Wow, he has even incorporated prayers into his workout runs. Yeah, okay, we're not... Towards the city, keep an eye on us. We'll figure it out eventually.
Hang on. That's the one from the exhibition.
Huh. Gated off. Hi. Yeah.
Hang on. That's the one from the exhibition.
Bling, bling, bling. Bing, ding, ding. Okay, where's the second one? Spot a gold beetle between the 6th and 7th tree to your right. Right before crossing the giant bridge to the loading zone, Blue Sky Bridge, make sure to look to your right. Okay, keep an eye on 6th and 7th tree on your right. There it is. Good. Yeah. So stairs leading down, now Blue Sky Bridge. Poof! Zoom, zoom, zoom. A room, zoom, zoom. Blue Sky Bridge. 2 gold beetles in this region, so before following the mission marker to the next zone, head west towards the shops. We got shops. You. So you're the elder causing all the rumors. That other candidate, Loveless, has been searching all over for you. I don't know what you did to the lad, but I don't want any trouble in this city. Am I clear? Right.
That's the one from the exhibition.
Well, well.
Well, color me surprised. Your being here tells me you've also obtained a divine relic. I hardly had to lift a finger to get mine, thanks to my contacts. But, I can only imagine the toll it must have taken on you. By the by, there's a podium in this city too, isn't there? I'd see them frequently in Brylehaven, but to be honest, I couldn't bear to listen. Those were the ravings of a madman. A cheap ale, the only purpose of which was to intoxicate the masses. Perhaps it's time I took to the pulpit. Electing a king and looking to the future requires the acumen of an enlightened thinker. Alright, just don't read your book, and you'll be fine. Looking for more bugs. Looking for more bugs. Hey you, I'm here to celebrate Saint's Day. But one wrong turn and I'm utterly lost. Oh dear, there's something foul in the air. Where in heaven's name am I? In this city, the upper classes reside in luxury in their mansions up high, while those of lesser means and values disgrace the public order down below. Sure. If you say so, I want to go in here, because magic shops are great. Oh! Insect. Yay! Mine. Look at this ore. It's chiseled clean. But isn't this a Mabla crystal? I don't know if that's in good taste.
What would you like?
Yeah. Ooh, okay. Selling these. Oh, I can't hold any more money. Okay. Yeah, all of that. I like that shit. Plague masks. Not a whole lot going on. I could buy more of these. The one-time magics.
Now then.
Okay. Good. I think we're good here. Not a whole lot going on, actually.
Look, I don't give a toss who's king. I just want some coin.
What's this way? Anything this way? Hello. We're restricting the number of people on this path due to construction. Only those with a valid permit may pass through this way. Where do I get a permit? Permits are distributed to those who've made donations to the church. Besides, aren't you the elder candidate to the center of of so much gossip? Your foul reputation has reached as far as this city. I'd give up on seeking passage here if I were you. Foul reputation. We haven't done anything wrong. Something tells me he's not going to see things our way, though. No, he's not.
What is it?
Only thing down there is the hot spring and the magic shop. Hardly worth the climb back up. This whole city was excavated out of the mountainside. You get used to it, I suppose. I want to see things. And where the fuck are they? I don't really know.
My money's on Santa Vex for that damn Louis. Come on. That's the one.
Let's do the meds.
Hey.
Hi.
Greeting.
Hello. Praise. This guy. Spiked vest. Sage's pill. Reset talisman. Okay. I can make that work. Amnesty. And tuneless fork. And panacea. You know what? Just max it out. We got the money. You know we're good for it. Do this too. Do this. That's fine. Kind of. But actually, no. Ambrosia, 50% HP to all allies. Yes. Sage's pill, 51 or 50% to all allies. Yes. Ariadne's. I don't care. I don't care about Ariadne's. Okay. We are stalking for war. Every new city we visit has their own unique wares, though I suppose this shop isn't as exotic as the ones in the area were. Yeah, I guess. Let's go to the weapon and armor shop, okay? Come on. Let's go to the shops. Do the things with the shops, okay? On this, the day of something. Or night. Whatever. We do because we can. Guild discount. Ooh. Ooh. Mine. 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 No. Mine. 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 Yeah, we can work that out later. Mine. 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 Fine. Mine. Yes. Yeah. And actually, let's sell some of the shit, because we don't need that much.
Now then.
We don't need to be capped on this.
Now then.
80 is good.
Now then. Now then.
Just in case we want to pick something up, you know?
Now then. Now then.
No. Shush. Mm-hmm. Nah, you know what? We're fine. Alright. Armor. Oh boy. Fighting an opponent and loving someone are actually pretty similar. Success in both pursuits ultimately comes down to tenacity. You'll only wear yourself out by swinging a sword wildly. Instead, it's all about having the strength to endure it all. Defense and perseverance are the greatest offense. If you say so, lady. You. Yeah. Mine. Yeah. Wolf Parka. Mine. Mystic Robe. You. Typically, I only get one of each thing at any given juncture. Ooh. Resist slash damage. I think we're fine. Runic Handguard. Strength magic. Agility, maybe. Evasion against fire. Don't much care, actually. Increases attack at start of combat. Huh. Alright. That's good for a protagonist to have, I guess. Alright. Hit the shops, we did. Any... Hi. Do not try my patience. I'll not ask you again. Have you seen a member of the Mustari tribe come through here? Like I keep telling you, it were a Rusant I saw. You're trying to blame the Mustari for crimes they didn't commit again, ain't you? Eesh. Besides Luis, all the candidates gathered here are intimidating and truly fearsome in a fight. Just being near them has me quivering. Sure. If you say so.
Who'll take the crown now?
Conversations. Saint's Day at long last. His Eminence Forden ought to be able to secure his victory here. Guess the majority of city folk are in favor of Sanctifex Forden. But Luis is as popular as ever, I see.
Now what am I to do?
I, for one, think there's something fishy about him. Rumor has it he's even been pulling some strings behind the scenes. And the front runners haven't made a move? What's the point of the tournament, then? Well, it's the boy candidate I got my eye on. Ever since the exhibition, he's steadily improved his standing. Preposterous. Who'd get behind a kid that slung mud in the face of the church? Sanctoress Joanna was to blame for that, though. The only reason people support him is because he's an elder. You watch. They'll dump him without a second thought as soon as the novelty wears off. Doesn't seem right. Hey, I want to see the rock. Can't stop the rock. Can't stop the rock. You can't stop the rock. Can't stop the rock. Right, we can't go that way. Why, woohoo. Woohoo! Alright, where the fuck am I going? Hell if I know, man. We did the magic. The magic is there. We looked at the magic. The magic is cool, but we're not interested right now. Okay, we did the meds. The meds are cool. We've bought all the meds. The meds are fine. We're looking for one more bug. And I'm kind of trying not to cling to the guide. But, I might have to. Following a mission marker, next zone, head west toward the shops. Hug along the wall between the weapons store and general shop. Should spot a gold beetle. Between them, huh? What do you mean that? Here. Oh, there it is. Oh, the weapon and general store. Right, I didn't read or comprehend. I didn't comprehend what I've read. Head down to Lower Blue Sky Bridge now and enter the White Peaks Magic Shop. We did that. You'll find the second gold beetle there. It should be easy to spot as it's inside the small cauldron atop a candle and is directly next to the player camera. Now, head back out and follow the mission marker to the inn. Okie dokie.
You're not serious.
Okay.
Oh my.
But have you ever considered growing flowers? Sounds interesting. But it sounds like too much of a time commitment. Well, that's certainly understandable. Hero's jeweled root seed are more your style. Yes. Yes. More. More.
You're not serious.
Blurp. Church is up these stairs. Keep going up, and you'll find the Montario Opera House. You've come to Saint's Day, have you? Or for Saint's Day, haven't you? If you're looking for an inn, take that path down.
Indeed, 'tis not so bad.
Saint's Day is right around the corner. I've heard they're dedicating some pagan relics at the tournament. You think I could use my connections to nab a few for my shop? Oh, I'm sure they'd fetch a fine price. What a creep. What does he think divine relics are? Toys? Mamma mia! Oh my god! So many yawns. So much yawn.
Hello there.
Yar. Yes. Monster bone. Brocaded. Quite. Sure. Hello.
Well now, what are we on about?
The city will surely flourish by hosting the tournament during Saint's Day, but it vexes me we must receive such a swathe of unruly, impious rabble. I only wish they showed the proper respect for these hallowed celebrations. I'll throw them in the dungeons if they continue behaving like ill-mannered swine. The dedication ceremony will take place at the Opera House above here, won't it? Oh, I can't wait. Clochery, come to buy some water? Yes. All of it. Get some of that, some of this, some of that, and we're good. I want to see the things, I don't know. I want to go this way because we like it. Domain. Nobody cared. We're going off the beaten track, okay? These things will happen. Nothing but shit. Nyur, nyur, nyur. Nyur, 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 nyur. That old opera house. Hey, have you seen the white clads over there? Those brazen bastards are acting like they own the place in our very own holy city. Though they may be feared as the strongest army in the nation, we warrior monks still have our pride. We'll be hosting the most eminent dignitaries in the nation and the divine relics. I swear in the name of sanctism that our security will be impenetrable. I bet those monk soldiers are itching to get their hands on Louis. How foolish. It'd be a futile effort. They can't lay a finger on him because of the king's protected magic, after all. Yeah.
Amazing.
Roads with bugs on them. Bridges that end abruptly. No. Nee, 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 nee. Nee, 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 nee. Hi. We're expanding the road to support the passage of gondola runners, which means you'll be able to cross as soon as construction is finished. Mind you, that could take a few years. That's a good point. Yeah, you make a good point.
Just sublime.
Nee, 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 nee. Nee, 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 nee. I thought I heard one.
Hey, mister.
No, isn't that something?
Now if everybody should just shut up. If everybody would just shut the fuck up.
Proper aces.
About proper aces or otherwise. And maybe I could find it.
I won't let it
It's not happening though.
Let's not.
Tomorrow's the big day. Let's not do anything that'll make us look suspicious. We're looking pretty suspicious already. Honestly. I mean, we're skateboarding on a sword, levitated by Magla. Let's see, what else? I don't know, man. It's a cold, cold place with cold, cold people.
Hello there.
With cold, cold hearts.
Well then, if you say you'll
You're looking for an inn run. Wait. An inn run by the Mastari tribe? Wait, you're looking for an inn run by the Mastari tribe. Just go down this path and it'll be on your right. If my memory serves me right, I believe it's called the Skyward Tavern. Yeah, we heard, and it's cool. And all that. Am I right? Hello. Luis is the wretched knave who commanded his subordinates to steal the royal scepter from the Grand Cathedral in Grand Trad. I can only imagine what wicked tricks that villain has up his sleeve for Saint's Day. No harm in preparing for the worst, I always say. Yeah, you have no idea. You have no idea. Rudolph's thing. As expected from Rudolph, his runner looks like it's ready for war. Hope we don't have to get in a fight with this thing anytime soon. We might have to. Godot's. Sure feels like a long time ago we first fought against Godot and his runner, and he's hated you ever since. Yes. Yes, he has.
Now what am I to do?
Me. Milo. A deck modeled after a stage with a statue of himself on top. Milo sure has a lot of self-confidence, doesn't he? Though I wish he cared about anything other than beauty. Yeah, I wish he did too. Hi. Loveless! Oh, look who decided to turn up. You've got some nerve showing that mug in front of me. What? Did we do something to you? Oh, playing the fool, are we? I see your game, but what's good for the goose is good for the GURP. We'll settle the score with you shortly. Maybe he's had one too many. We'll let him be for now. Sure. I think that's it. That's all. Let's go. Welcome.
Wait. A band of youths with a knight and a new chief. Are you perhaps the candidate who brought Joanna the Sanctoress to confess?
One glance and you knew. Listen,
I don't care if you did the deed or not, but please take your business elsewhere. I'm sorry, but I have my own reputation to think about.
You follow Sanctus?
Mastari wears no.
I'm Fazia. I'm a priestess of Virgo. Of Aquila.
The priestess? throne?
Tis a longer story than we've time to tell. We only wish to avoid a tyrant's reign. It is not from our own ambition that I speak, sir. The throne belongs to one truly worthy.
But if you insist, we will leave.
It's just... you look so like the priestess before you, I can't just turn you away. Fine. You stay here, as long as you don't make trouble for me.
Thank you. I suppose it is easier to understand each other without the masks in the way.
Not all of us mainland Mistari hate the Sanctus Church. We'd rather preserve the peace we have. And, well, it's a sorry excuse for an innkeep who turns away travelers.
Thank you. We're in your debt.
Ah, look, they've got food and booze here too. And it's so much cooler, which means fewer bugs. Perfect.
It seems they have an imitation of the island spring here. We can bathe. I should invite Juno when she's back.
Bathe? You'd be mad to hope a hot spring...
Oh no, there's nothing more refreshing than bathing. Would you care to join us?
I should think not. For reasons too numerous to count.
Why?
Anyway, strategy meeting. Let's get on with it.
So we seek to assassinate Luis. A difficult task. But you look to have an idea. Let's have it.
First, the when. Under normal circumstances, we'd want to get him on the move. Maybe walking through a crowd while he's got less guards. That would be the plan. But unfortunately, that'd only work if he was someone with common sense. Someone without combat ability. Or someone who'd want to avoid collateral damage. And that isn't Luis. Worst case, he uses civilians as shields while more of his personal guard catch up. And things go sideways before we can get it done.
But once he's inside the Opera House, he'll have a security detail at his beck and call. Even if we can sneak in, getting to him.
If we can't target him in transit, and we've practically zero chance of getting close to him, that leaves us with only one option.
Attack from a distance.
Exactly.
A bow and arrow isn't gonna do much good, right? It needs to be the lance.
Of course. So, what if we threw the lance? Pierced him through from a distance? Yufa, as the priestess, you can command the lance to return to you if it's far away, right?
You would have me use that power in reverse to cast it out instead.
According to Juna, the ceiling of the Opera House has a chandelier big enough to support a person. From above, we'll target Luis in the royal box seats.
You realize the entire audience is below that lighting? A stunt like that would get us noticed instantly. Wait, are you suggesting we do this during the show?
Luis will be distracted. It's the best opportunity we could ask for. Besides, with Yufa there, we can even recover the lance easily.
Hold a moment. I would need to launch it like an arrow. Such distance and such speed would require incredible focus. I don't think I could do it while aiming.
Then just concentrate on the sheer mental force of it. Someone else can take over the role of actually throwing.
This gambit is sounding more far-fetched by the moment. But we also can't afford to wait for another opportunity.
There is no other opportunity. Luis intends to kill Forden during the festival. That means if we do nothing, the fake will be exposed, and so will we.
Indeed. Once our betrayal is made plain, we will never find a way to draw close to him again. This will likely be our first and last opportunity.
But who's actually going to do the throwing?
I'd rather leave it to you. With the royal magic protecting you, it's less likely that we'll fail this, even with interference. And besides, laugh if you like. I know it sounds silly, but I really do believe you have the power to change fate itself.
Indeed. Everyone here knows that firsthand.
I feel the same. If I can trust you to do it, then I should be able to do my part as well.
Will you do it, Captain?
All right.
I'll do it. Thanks. We owe you. On the day of, Juno will be at the venue ahead of us. We'll have her open the service entrance, and we'll infiltrate from there.
Is there anything I can do to help?
I want you to lure Luis's guards outside and cause a commotion while he's making the throw. I'm sure the Magnus brothers will be guarding the place too. Hulkenberg and I will secure the exit route in advance. Luis is a formidable foe. But we've overcome plenty of obstacles. Let's believe in the strength that got us this far. We can do this.
Oh, hot damn.
Don't worry about it.
I know there's a lot weighing on your mind right now, but let's just try to get some rest and prepare for tomorrow. It'll get even colder at night, so try not to get sick. It's the real Dracodias. It has an aura the fake could never match. Tomorrow, I have to use it too. The fact that the lance passed muster is a testament to Nara's skill. Sometimes the man can achieve truly amazing things. Even now, he's holed up in the runner, working away, tuning something or other with usual vigor. I don't doubt. He has his quirks, to be sure, but there can be no mistake that he's a great credit to our endeavors. That was my first time seeing snow, and it was so cold. I shivered. What a sensation. Oh, right, Juna's going to meet up with us later tonight because she's got so many things to do behind the scenes. Leonette, if you go ahead and rest up, you've got a big role to play tomorrow yourself, after all. You go ahead and rest up. So this is Altabury, eh? Colder climes tend to inspire stronger drinks among its people. But all that can wait until after our business is finished. Once we've trounced Luis, I can think of no better celebration than a good stiff drink.
At last.
Tomorrow is finally Saint's Day. Luis will show his face, and with the real lance, will... Don't worry, I'm prepared to do what we must. The man must be stopped. I think that might be everyone. Everyone that has gathered here, anyway. Okay, let's go. Oh, hold on. Alright, now let's go.
Good night.
Rest well. Late night. Oh boy.
What's wrong, Del? You've been quiet for a while now.
That lance they handed over, you think it's real? Can't say for certain, but I didn't feel any magla flowing through it. Can't see it exactly, but how do I explain it?
I know what you mean, though.
The Mustari got them third eyes that can see magla, right? Hard to believe they'd worship that thing as a relic.
Then maybe... You think they made some kind of fake? Even in that short time on the island? Shite. How'd they...
Either way, we have to tell Lord Luis. No need. He'll have noticed by now, most likely. Not like they're any real threat to him anyway.
Most likely. That's good enough for you, brother. Del, you remember they talked all that helping anyone in need? Something like that anyway. Seemed proper daft at first. Seemed naive to act like that kind of thinking could actually fix all the broken, cruel, unjust shite in the world.
That's because it can't.
Well, yeah, obviously, but... What was it we actually wanted in the first place? Equality? Or justice? This lot's working towards a future, and God help me, I started seeing it. Maybe what they're fighting for is something better than what Lord...
That's enough, Baz. Joke or not, you'll get yourself killed.
But then not even helped you out a few times, Del. That really impressed me, like. I don't know how to say it, but... It was like a feeling I haven't felt since we started working for the Count.
You know Lord Luis plans to take Forden out during the Saints' Day festival. Neither of us can afford to get distracted right now.
Suppose you're right. Things are about to get messy.
So that is the side they serve. Let us teach them that even the best laid plans will go awry. Whether Forden's or our fallen king. It was splendid entertainment while it lasted. However, the revelry ends here.
Oh God.
Marches on, and the age of the new king draws nearer.
Well, I think we're fucked.
The Saints' Day festivities in Altenbury will be kicking off very soon. On the eve of the festival, we'll be holding a dedication ceremony. On the church's authority, we'll be offering the gathered divine relics to God. And it sounds like the candidates had a tough time this go around. Lots of new info coming in even as I speak. From candidate Rudolph, a legendary nail, thought lost to history. From candidate Julian, can you believe it? Cloth garb said to have been worn by a saint. We've got artifacts of all kinds pulled from obscurity into the public eye. Archaeologists everywhere are positively vibrating, folks. But the news on everyone's lips is the announcement of Count Luis's unofficial participation. As a matter of fact, a candidate working under Luis has reportedly acquired a phenomenal divine relic from a mysterious and exotic island. Meanwhile, candidate Forden, too, may have claimed what is said to be the most glorious relic in history. Will we finally see a head-to-head competition between our top candidates? Only the coming days will tell.
So Luis has finally made his move. Won't take him that long to catch up, I bet.
Yes, but I also can't imagine Sanctifex Forden losing.
We're about to see a clash of giants. This will be no minor bout, that's for certain.
Right. That's everyone. Let's go over the plan one last time. First, infiltration. Sheila's got full rights to be in the venue, so she'll unlock the service door for us to sneak in.
When it's time, I'll call the guards outside. That will be your window to sneak in.
Gallica, you, and Yufa. You three will head to the rooftop, where you'll get down to the chandelier.
When I start my solo on stage, the lights will dim. That should be enough cover to hide whatever you're doing.
Don't worry, I'll be with you.
As for us, it's just as I explained last night. Luis said destroying Yufa's home would have been a necessary sacrifice. Like mine. If power's all he thinks will change the world, then we'll use power to stop him.
Should we fail, though we may survive the ordeal, we will have no more leads to pursue. This will surely mark our final mission.
You know, I've been trying to keep from dwelling, but I can't help but think of Grius. Sorry to bring that up now.
Even I have my fears. But let us remember him only by his truest wish.
He'll make sure this succeeds. For a world without tyrants.
Well, see you at the show.
So begins our last mission, then. Let's get whatever we need to prepare and head over to the Opera House.
Right.
Finally settle this score with Luis. It'll be fine. I know you'll be able to do it. The Opera House is located at the highest point in the city. It'll just be you and Yufa in there. So make sure you both are geared up for anything.
Right now.
Sure.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay. Save. Okay. Alright, back into the tavern real quick. According to the guide. Hey. I know it's Saint's Day, but it's such a pity that the Opera House will be closed for a while. I would have loved to see the Stripling and his stewards again. Ah. Okay. We can talk about the town. Phew. You need to travel an endless distance just to get to a tavern in this city. Add to that all the stairs. Crikey, how does anyone live in this place? I would agree. The guest room, right. Okay. I think we're done. And the sign, turn right away from the informant. You should spot a gold beetle. Corner next to some barrels and crates of raw food. Feel free to pick up village trading Altabury Heights from the informant before you leave. Okay, yeah.
No harm in just listening, you know.
I'll give you a little discount on my intel. Alright.
If I may.
Kingly candidate like you cooks as well. There's a lot of shops stocked to the ceiling for Saint's Day. The butcher's got monster bone and brocaded koi. Yeah, we know. We know all this, okay? We know all this.
If I may.
Only village around here is Malva. It's down south, and a lot of Ishkir live there. They sell precious cures and something used for purification. Heavenly water, I think it was. They also sell a bath salt. Okay, fine. Cool. We'll go visit later. If we survive. Oh, it's you. My apologies for trying to kick you out at the inn. In any case, isn't it almost Saint's Day? I can't admit this openly around here, but secretly I'm rooting for you. Okay. Less conversation than I thought was available. Alright, head towards Opera House Square, etc. Saving. Along the way, brocaded koi from dedicated butcher, 3 cordial from the devout water seller. Feel free to make a vegetable steamed bun at the lock shopkeeper's stall too. Vegetable steamed bun? Our effects are pretty good. Mushroom for 200 MP to one ally. Bracken for 100 MP to all allies. And Mugwort for cure all allies status. Interesting how that seems to work. Alright, well. What's you? Yeah, get another one. Thank you. Long way, pick up that is feel free to make vegetable. Fine. Butcher. water you. Oh my, how rare to see an Elda. Are you a traveler? Since you came all this way to visit, would you care to try our specialty vegetable steam bun making experience? You can take home what you make for a proportional rate of a paltry 3,000 reeve. It's very popular, so limit once per day per customer, please. Making steam buns, huh? Sounds tasty. Want to try? I want to make some. Excellent. Now, when it comes to steam buns, the flavor is all but about the filling. My personal recommendations are mushrooms. There's nothing quite like sinking your teeth into a thick, succulent mushroom. Now, let's form the bun, shall we? I like MP. MP is good. And I'm gingerly wrapping the thing. Okay. Yes, nicely done. Now, here you go. One piping hot steamed vegetable bun for the road. Enjoy. You didn't skimp on the filling, did you? It looks great. I bet this'll have a good effect, just as promised. How was it? If you enjoyed your time, please do come again. We'll save it for later. Yeah. Opera House Square. Before proceeding with the story, head east towards the bridge-like pier, disembarking point for the charade race. You'll find a gold beetle at the end of the path, sitting in a corner. There's also a historian standing in the midway point of the pier. If you talk to him, he gives you a miraculous medicine. And I had no idea, because I checked at night, where he would not be. Hello, Milo. Oh, it's you. Made it all the way to Montario in one piece, did you? Not bad, consider me impressed. But you know that the competition in this tournament will only get more brutal from here on out, don't you? Tell me, have you seen Lovelace yet? You'd best keep an eye on him. So many proper aces, oh my god. Hello, sir. Seems this place was once used to store construction materials. I've heard that gauntlet runners would park here after transporting shipments. The pagans constructed many of the buildings in this city, although Sanctus now claim to have restored them all to their so-called proper forms. Perhaps that's what history really is, the victors deciding their own truth of what occurred, making sure it presents themselves in a favorable light. That's exactly what history is. Does saying this count as blasphemy against the church? I'll give you this, boy, so forget you heard anything.
Amazing.
That's fine. Shit. Now go to the left side of the Opera House main entrance. The surface entrance should be easy to spot because there's a guard in front of it with an annoyed effect over his head. When you're ready, wait till night. So many conversations that I cannot listen to. Hey, you. Yeah, you. Aren't you? Sorry, but security is strict here. Not even candidates can enter without a divine relic to dedicate. Well, we gave Luis the lance, so I guess getting in the front entrance is out. Oh. This here's the surface entrance. Juno's supposed to do something about the guards before the night of the performance. Want to wait until then? Let's come back later.
All good.
Okay. save. Drop a hot save. Okay, we can move along now.
Well now, what are we on about?
Hey, what are you staring at? You don't have any business with the service door, do you? Oh, I see. You were hoping to catch a glimpse of one of the celebrities, eh? Believe me, I'd love to meet Lady Juna myself, but security is very tight, you know. Don't you think putting vicious guard dogs backstage is a bit too much? They're being paranoid, if you ask me. Juna should be able to take care of it, yeah. Ready to do this? From here on, it'll be just you, me, and Yufa. We won't be able to contact the others. Make sure your equipment is where you want it before we set out. Need to make any changes? I think I'm ready. We're ready to go as we are. Alright, then let's follow the plan and wait here. Waiting for nighttime, like a jackass. Alright, the guards have left their post. Juna has done her job admirably. She has unlocked the service entrance for us as well. Let us enter and remain unseen. Infiltration successful. This way should lead backstage. From there, we climb to the roof, and then atop the chandelier.
Yes.
I'm en route to the auditorium, just on the other side. I'll have to lure those brothers out somehow. Stroll and I will secure an exit route with all speed. We split up from here. So I'll do our parts and regroup. Good luck.
Let's go.
Okay, let's go. Well, shit. Alright, let's start the operation. We need to get up on that chandelier and be in position before Juna finishes singing. To get on that chandelier, we need to reach the roof. That's right. Juna laid it out for us. We head backstage, and we should be able to go up from there. Understood. Let us be on our way then.
First, it's all clear.
Whoa, isn't that something?
I hear His Eminence Forden has acquired a magnificent divine relic. With that, his victory is all but assured. Perhaps, but I've no doubt Luis has something up his sleeve. To achieve such success at his age, we can't count him out. This place is absolutely littered with lost items today. I guess it's no surprise with all these people here. I've got lots to do, so I can't go pick up each and every one. If you find something, it'd be a big help if you could return it to its owner.
Yep, we're safe here.
Uh-huh.
That gives me an idea.
These divine relics are mostly junk, are they not? What strange people the pagans are, valuing things like that. They will surely see reason once His Eminence seals the relics away, discarding those warped teachings and converting to sanctism is the only path.
What am I to do?
Oh dear, can't host the dignitaries in these shoes. Uh-huh.
It's all clear.
I need that tooth so I can shine. When did it fall out? Egad, what a disaster. Saints' Day Festival is held once a year, on the day God descends to the monolith. A feast is held to welcome him, and we offer our most intimate prayers. This opera house was built specifically for Saints' Day, in fact. Now come, Renounce your allegiance to Luis and pray with us. God even forgives filthy elders like you. Closure. I hate that they keep telling me that I am filthy. I wash every day. Or at least my character does. Head to the backstage door. It seems we're going to have to go look for its key. Finding and returning the golden teeth at a large noble near the entrance matters for the progressing the story, but you can help out other people for a couple of rewards too, most notably Herald's Banner, an accessory that boosts your attack when in the front row.
Yep, we're safe here.
Huh. Still in there? How long are you going to make me wait? His Eminence Forden is of course a fine candidate, but it's Professor Julian in the end who is most fit to be king. He appeared to obtain a divine relic with no trouble at all. Yet, despite this, he remains unpopular. It's curious. I suppose it indicates just how unintelligent the masses truly are. Tragic. We need an enlightened ruler, as Professor Julian says.
Yep, we're safe here.
Uh-huh. Appears to be locked. What do you need? Sorry, I'm in the middle of something. Come back later. Dismissive. They guess they're busy preparing.
It's all clear.
Why is this happening?
Lord Milo's participating in Saint's Day this year. Oh, how I've longed to gaze upon his divine features once more. My father told me to support his eminence, but I don't care what he says. My feelings for Lord Milo are tied. That cannot be stopped.
Yep, we're safe here.
Loveless, that puerile, purpose buffoon. He yet refrains from dropping out of the race. Purpose are a foolish tribe to begin with, but the longer that man remains, the bolder they'll grow. How irritating.
Everything's pretty standard.
Ugh. Do you have some business with me? I'll have you know that I'll not be swayed by an elder candidate. I proudly support Rudolph and his vision of Ressant rule. Besides, wouldn't you say there's something rather alluring about such a severe man?
Yep, we're safe here.
Uh-huh. I'll say. What about the other rooms? Here? No. Appears to be locked. Okay. Appears to be locked. Locked. It's not here either. Damn, where did it drop? Where did I drop it? I heard from that roguish crier. Did you really go all the way to the Pagan Islands for a divine relic? This crier said you found something amazing on the island. And he's just spinning tall tales, isn't he? Or was there? Yes, there was. I've heard the rumors about you. They say you killed the sea monster outside Brighthaven, which means the head His Eminence brought to the exhibition was fake. An elder spitting in the church's face. You're an interesting fellow. I spat in no one's face, sir. I'm starving. Should have brought something to eat.
Yep, we're safe here.
Nothing. Hey, you. Here's the door leading backstage. We should be able to access the roof from here. What's up with this guy? Standing in front of the door, muttering. Has something happened, do you think? Oh, bollocks. Did I drop it somewhere? Hey, something wrong? Oh no. It's just... It seems I dropped my key somewhere, so now I can't open this door. And of all times, it has to be when we were busy beyond belief. I guess I'll have to go get the spare. He left. Now we've got a locked door to deal with.
Actually,
That man works here, I suppose. And he dropped his key. So finding it will get our plan back on track. Let's scour the area. We might also ask the patrons about the key. In such a crowd, someone is bound to see it. To have seen it. I don't freaking know what the fuck I'm doing. The monk army seems to be on high alert today. They've even brought guard dogs along. Perhaps it is because Luis is here, but the royal magic would prevent any sort of assassination, would it not?
Everything's pretty standard.
Assassination, yes. Death? No.
what is it?
Hey, what is it? I'm right in the middle of changing. Can it wait? Oh, my apologies. We're looking for a missing key. Have you seen or heard anything about one? Sorry, I haven't. Did you check the costume closet in the hallway? Stuff gets lost in there all the time. Costume closet, was it? Alright, let's check. Mm-hmm.
Yep, we're safe here.
Seems like a string of some sort. Leather string. We maybe can't go around picking up every little thing while on a mission to estimate the autocrat. Well, perhaps it will prove useful. Let us hold on to it for the moment.
Why is this happening?
I will go around picking up everything. Leave no doubt. Seems like small gold tooth, right? Gold tooth? How did something like that end up on the floor? Our search is yielding more peculiar items than keys.
It's all clear.
It appears to be a silver necklace. Wow, that's a nice necklace. Might be important. I imagine it belongs to someone around here.
Everything's pretty standard.
Uh-huh. You say that, but, things. Things, indeed. Okay, so, what is this guy missing? How long does it take to change? The play's going to start soon. Something the matter? You seem rather troubled. That dancer won't leave the dressing room. I left my script in there. I need it back. Okay. You. No. Never mind. What are we doing?
It's all clear.
I want stop fucking bullshit. Okay, oh, what rotten luck. My shoelace has to break now, of all times. The Crown Theocracy officials have already gathered, but I can hardly tend to them with my shoelace like this. That's right. We picked up a string earlier, did we not? Perhaps she could make use of it. Another string. Ah, use this? Well, I suppose it could be a shoelace replacement. Thank you. I wish I had a more proper reward for you, but I don't. Still, this cakes famous here. And tasty, I promise. Alderberry cake. Fine.
Everything's pretty standard.
We're not doing the gold tooth yet. Because that, I think, is the actual way forward. Okay, what about you?
Say, have you heard?
My word, did you hear the rumor about Lady Juna? She was spotted leaving Louise's gondola runner, the country's top songstress, shacking up with Louise? Wow, get it, girl.
Ridiculous.
Sure.
Speaking of,
The monks were not pleased to hear about Louise coming to the festival today. I can tell you that. What in blazes is he here for, I wonder? Whatever it is, I hope it ends peacefully. Nothing ends peacefully here.
what?
What? Again? Really, I'm sorry. I'm a bit occupied. I can't find my precious necklace. I've searched everywhere, and I still can't find it. I suppose it's possible I dropped it in the hallway. Have you seen a silver necklace? I lost it, and it's really important to me. Necklace we picked up. Perhaps it's theirs? Let's check with them.
This is it.
Ah, this is it. You found it. Thank you so much. So much. My beloved gave me this necklace. We're unable to see each other right now. In any case, I want to give you a reward. How about this? An exclusive preview of the Saints' Day play script. Okay.
Pardon?
You know Sanctifex Forden's divine relic? Apparently Master Godot harassed some pagans to get it from him. Whoa. Mind your word choice there. It originally belonged to the church, so he got them to return it, is all. Fuck you. Irritated. I handed over that. You got it for me? I'm saved. I don't have much to give as thanks, but please take this. Rose Leaf of Light. It's not bad. Memer. Alright, I think that's everybody satisfied, pretty much. Memer. Alright. I'm positively hideous without my tooth. This is a disaster. Didn't we pick up a gold tooth earlier? Can't imagine it belongs to anyone else. Handing over the gold tooth. Oh, the tooth. You spied my distress and sought to rectify it, didn't you? I'm saved. Now I can socialize without appearing to be some gap-toothed yokel. As thanks, take this key. I picked it up in the corridor earlier, but I couldn't risk telling the attendant with a gap in my teeth. Can you imagine? You may get a reward if you return it. Oh, and don't worry about me. I'm fine now. My smile can shine. Hey, this is the key we've been looking for, yes? We found it. I feel like our reward seemed more like errands, but all's well that ends well, I guess. Let's go try this key out. Yeah, well, sure.
It's all clear.
Alright. Moving through. Rear entrance key. It is open. We can finally proceed. This goes backstage, where we should be able to reach the roof. Are you ready? Go. Alright. Let's take a peek inside first, carefully, so we don't get caught.
Check this out.
Look at that curtain. We should be able to go backstage from there. And I guess it makes sense that there are guards. Not many of them, though. Should we just push through? It would be a great risk. If we draw attention here, we'll not shake it easily. You have a point. I wish we had a surefire plan for this. Huh? Why is it so dark all of a sudden? What's happening? What's wrong with the lights? Couldn't happen at a worse time. We can't have this ruining the Saints' Day festivities. That takes care of that. Strolls of the lights. I asked Hulkenberg to do it. They won't be in the dark forever, so get moving while you can. That was a great help, thank you. Once the exit route is secured, Hulkenberg and I will regroup with you. The rest is up to you. Let's sneak through while the lights are out. Follow me.
The future is uncertain.
What? Backstage passage lights are out? Yes, it was just reported. We've already fixed the issue, but we can't figure out how it happened. Either a simple accident or... I believe I charged you with the security of the venue. I presume everything is in order. Rest assured, Your Eminence, I will have it investigated immediately.
Understood?
Increase security. Call in the reserves, too. We can't be too careful. Not even the rats get through. Yes, sir, as you wish.
Good grief.
Hair's getting a bit thick in here. The bigwigs seem to have a lot on their hands keeping order. Well, I suppose that's my cue. And now, at long last, we come to the highlight of the festival. The dedication ceremony for the divine relics will begin very soon. Gathered here are the only competitors fierce enough to have survived the first round and gotten their hands on a relic.
At last.
You're cheering. Sounds like it's getting underway. They'll probably have some official do a preamble for a while. Then they'll start the actual dedication. Juna's set to sing after that. We'll need to be on the chandelier by then. If we get into any fights, they'll target Yufa first, since you're protected by the royal magic. Make sure you keep an eye on her. We have to be smart about this. The plan won't work without you or Yufa.
Let's hurry.
Okay, so... yeah... Hey, we can't go back. The guards will see us. We need to head to the roof. Yeah, it'll be fun.
Yep, we're safe here.
I see the dogs. Hello. You don't belong here. You will die.
Yeah, nice work.
There they are.
Great moves back there.
We don't really give a shit. We're busting open everything, including skulls. Someone's back here. Aren't you that elder candidate? We got caught right away. Now we've got no choice but to force our way through. It must have been you who cut the lights. Dogs of Luis, you won't wreck Saint's Day on my watch. Careful, the royal magic protects him, but he'll surrender if we kill his allies. Aim for the Mustari girl. So we're doing it this way. If Yufa falls, the mission fails. Be careful.
Come forth, royal soul.
Meggie.
I return.
Doesn't matter. I figured there'd be a section like this. So So getting the protagonist level up as high as possible was great. Great idea.
Nice. You found something.
Emerald, okay.
Everything's pretty standard.
Emerald.
Let's take it. We may yet.
You know, as you do. Hold on. I must break all boxes. All the boxes must die. Mine. True battle or no?
I bet we'll find a use for that.
We can go for the true battle, I guess. Let's get down there. Oh, come on. So you are a mysterious intruder, little elder boy. Saints' Day festivities will not be interrupted. In his name, I shall render God's judgment upon you. We don't have time for your quips, guys. Let's take them out. Wrong choice. As you're protected by the royal magic, you force us to start with the pagan girl. Does not fucking matter. Get out of here. Alright, so now... How am I on time right now? Okay, we're fine. We're fine. I want to go back and kill all the dogs. Why can't I? My God. There is no way back to kill all the dogs.
Hello, treasure.
I want to kill all the dogs. Let me kill all the dogs. Hold up. Why? Why? Okay, fine.
I bet there's treasure around here.
Treasure. Treasure.
I knew we could count on you.
They look pretty neat.
Right there.
Let's pop this up quick.
Let's take it.
The treasure must be mine.
We're so lucky.
Pocket heater.
Everything's pretty standard.
Okay. There's something up there. We want that. Mine.
Alright.
I love it.
Okay. I want to go back down. And then I want to go up here. Alright, back down. Then I want to go up here. And whoop their asses. Yeah. Bluster, bluster, bluster. Don't care.
Let's go.
Blizza. And Botra. No, Meggie. Maggie's enough. Doesn't matter what their resistances are when we got Maggie.
What is it?
Oh my God.
We found something.
Okay. An opera cape, huh?
Right now.
Better than... yes? Yes, okay. Good.
Yep, we're safe here.
Now what? We can't go down here. It's such bullshit. Because this is the drop that we do. Motherfucker. I wanted to kill the dogs. Why can't I kill the dogs? God damn it.
Hey, you found something.
Yay. Found thing. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. I don't really know what's ahead, and I don't know if it would be wise to progress differently. Fuck. Okay, hold on. Backstage door, it seems we're going to have to do. Front row, when you're ready, go through the rear entrance door, right? For any fight against monks, always open with Yufa's summon, eagle, lion, king synthesis skills, so their attacks are lowered to the max. This way, she'll be as safe as she can be, while also being capable of attacking. To some extent, it's probably safer to pick the guard dog routes, because they can target the protagonist and you can usually run past them without being forced to engage in a squad battle. As for the boss battle, it shouldn't be that big of a hurdle. Okay, as you say. Fine. Take the dog route. Because I could just whoop all of their asses. From the overworld. I hate paths that don't let you go back to choose the other path. What? There you come from. Blah, 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 blah. Bluster, bluster, bluster. Don't care. You guys are gonna die.
I return.
Good job. You cannot stand against me. That takes care of all the guards. Let's head for the roof. Oh god, Dude. Let me have agency. Good god. Whatever.
Well, now this is unbelievable! Sanctifex Vorden's relic appears to be a colossal chalice!
Yeah.
I'm told it's believed to be an ancient artifact called a Holy Grail. Truly, a relic to put all others to shame.
The pagans looted this from the church's vaults in antiquity. God, in his omniscience, is said to have imbued it with his essence, giving it the power to make wishes come true.
And how did such a glorious relic come into your hands?
We simply preached his holy works and spread the teachings. Mutual dialogue was what won the day. Through guided prayer, anyone can be saved, and we may see God's blessing in all things.
Just incredible! But if anyone could do it, it's Sanctifex Vorden!
I think it's obvious who Thrin is.
I suppose that marks his eminence Vorden as the sole winner. Even to an amateur's eye, no other relic could compete.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Sanctifex Vorden. Now, continuing on.
Wait, Vorden was last to present? That's not right. We've not seen Luis yet, or the island team.
Is there an issue?
No. I think we're finally having a show end without incident. After all, these were originally Sanctus relics anyway.
Well, it looks like that's all the divine relics our candidates found across the land. The top-ranking faces will be announced during tomorrow's festivities. And now, it is my distinct honor to present a one-act opera for a Saint's Eve to remember. Please join me in welcoming the diva herself, Juna, for a performance of the opera's opening piece. Ladies and gents, enjoy!
Well, Louise, rumor has it you found yourself quite a relic. Then why are you so reluctant to present it? No matter. The race's outcome is beyond your meddling now. Victory is mine.
We made it to the roof. Just in time. We can get down to the chandelier from that building. Hurry.
Finally.
I'm meandering because I want agency. I want agency in this game where agency is a myth.
We're here. I think we can get down onto that massive chandelier hanging from the ceiling.
Our escape route is secure. We should be able to flee undetected.
Good. Everything's going according to plan so far, but time's running out. From here on, it's all up to him.
All will be fine.
Okay. It's finally time to end this.
It's gonna fail. I can tell.
Juna's song is about to start.
Something's gonna go wrong.
Fingertip flies a butterfly, how it pines for the moon. Fire calls its name, fly to the flame, burning as free as it can be. Out there, deep and dark in the valley mid.
Focus. You only get one shot at this.
Fearing in my soul what I can't control. I can't close my eyes to the sunrise. From the shadow of the dark, fingers brush my neck with a remark.
We got him! Right?
He ain't dead.
Hurry!
What's going on? Is there something blocking it?
Ladies and gentlemen, what an honor! That was our kingdom's lovely songstress, Juna. Moving right along.
It didn't work. Come back.
Yep.
Hail!
Is it done? The lance should have hit him, but we can't get it back. There's some sort of interference. Louis is doing, no doubt. The lance struck true, yes? Is he slain or not? We can't be sure. It was certainly dark, and since the lance hasn't returned, we can't make a clear judgment. No use thinking on it now. We have done all that we can. For the moment at least. Now, let's get out of here. The longer we stick around, the worse it'll be.
Why do you dawdle? Did you get him?
We do not know why, but the lance.
Should we withdraw to retrieve it? Or make our escape?
Lost a lance? Perhaps it's this one. At last your allegiance is laid bare. And if this lance wounded me, then I take it the one you provided me was a mere imitation. If you know what the lance is capable of, then surely you understand the situation. Your last hope is gone.
No.
It seems a shame to kill you, but I'm afraid you've gone too far. I have no intention of surrendering, nor of wavering in my convictions. That being said, you truly have impressed me. I will allow you some final words, if you have any.
Say it!
I see your performance has come to an end, Juno.
Yes, the curtain falls. I'm no longer your songbird to keep caged.
So, you too stood with them.
Come on. He's ready to listen, so say it. You know there's something he needs to hear.
Juno's staring fiercely. The lance has fallen into Luis's hands. We no longer have a means to counter his attack. But there's still hope. If we're to even these odds, there's one thing I can say. I challenge you to a duel.
Luis, I challenge you to a duel.
Ah, the very words I was waiting for. You really have done your research. In truth, I intended from the start to entertain such a challenge. I confess it's been a long time. Perhaps a real contest is what I've craved. This competition is little more than child's play. So be it. It has been a long time indeed since anyone drew my blood. I will end your life with my own hands.
Then it's to be a direct confrontation after all. As though it was fate all along.
A duel makes the king's magic powerless, which means this trinket is no longer necessary. Then state your name. How do you declare yourself?
He who will save this country.
The savior of this country.
You would save it, would you? I hope that dream does not end in futility. My name is Luis Guiaburn. I am the rightful king, he who will forge anew this unworthy country into a utopia. Attack in any number, wield any weapons. But fight with your very lives. If you live by a creed, show me its strength.
Well, hot damn. We in it. Assemble your party. No. Yes. Okay. Good. I think that's about it. Yeah.
Go ahead. Have at me. An attempt on the life of Luis Guiaburn is a folly most cannot afford.
He's bleeding. Even Luis can't fight at full strength after that direct lance wound.
We've come this far. Let's fight with all we have, Captain.
Your tyranny ends here.
Luis, I will make an end of you here.
I should expect no less by a duel's code. So be it. Allow me to even the score.
This is our mission. We'll see justice done.
Shouldn't be that big of a hurdle. Dude, this is the freaking culminating shit. I don't really know. It's just Meg. Meg spam. What? Damn. Did he already have low health? He might have.
Take my fullest power. The enemy still stands.
This is strength.
Okay. Alright, well, my earbuds are complaining. Well, let's keep going. Kind of. After I swap. Can we please swap properly? Oh, thank you. Sometimes it has trouble connecting, and that's shit. Okay.
I underestimated you.
Yeah, apparently. And we were grinding long enough that this wouldn't have mattered. Adamant Nightblade. Deals heavy physical dark damage to one enemy. Decreases their hit evasion for 3 turns.
Lord Luis, do not interfere. Oh.
You falter even now.
Not enough, I'm afraid.
Was the distraction.
Lord Luis!
A fine blow. You've surprised me. But why? Why are you so intent on killing me?
You of all people should know the answer.
I see now. You were the intruders looking for the formula, I take it. And yet, you have achieved nothing.
What do you mean?
Oh, he did. But I'm assuming that he is not the one who cursed. Prince.
At long last, 'tis done. We have brought him to justice. The great, untouchable traitor, Luis Guillabern, is dead.
Apologies. Things fell apart at the end, and I wasn't thinking straight.
Even so, the outcome is the same. We could not have triumphed without everyone here.
Wait! It's good that we got him and all. But the lance.
Ah, yes! It went down with him.
This looks dire. He's fallen in the middle of the stage.
If Forden spies Luis's body run through with a lance, he'll realize its power in an instant.
Even should we save the prince, we'll regret it if Forden ends up with the lance. Yufa, can you call it up?
No. Too late for that. It's already in the middle of the crowd. If we call it up and take it with no explanation, everyone will think us thieves.
Then what do you propose?
First, we need to establish that the lance is ours. Our offering for the ceremony. We'll have to take the stage and announce that ourselves.
Please wait. Do we reveal that we are the ones who slew Luis? Can we afford to declare that openly? We'd be telling your supporters you deceived them and your master both.
She's right. The audience has no idea what's going on. We'll just look like the bad guys.
It's okay. We set out to kill Luis, and the deed is done. Our only failure is in the spectacle we made of it. For now, we need to think of a way to get the audience to see our side.
You want to win their sympathy? What are you even planning to say?
I don't know, but we have to get on stage, now. If we don't explain ourselves fast, we'll never get a chance to.
Wait a minute! Hey!
Huh. Okay.
I know that face. Was that Luis? Someone go and see to him. Is he truly dead?
Allow me. Lord Luis.
Who is this man?
He's dead. He's gone. Your Eminence, this was found off stage. Judging by his wounds, this must have been the murder weapon.
The lance. Is this the divine relic?
His eyes are sightless. His heart beats no more. The man is dead, without question.
You're absolutely certain?
I checked him thrice over. There can be no more doubt.
Okay.
Luis, dead? And that can only mean this lance can pierce the barrier of the king's magic.
I apologize for the grotesque display interrupting tonight's performance. We are tardy in arrival, but the lance you hold is our offering to the ceremony.
What? You claim this lance? You mean to say you were the ones who did the deed?
It is as you say.
Yes. It is as you say.
God above! How do you justify this?
So it comes out.
Ordered my hometown destroyed. Hulkenberg, our ally before you, was herself a royal guard in service to his late highness. Even the songstress, Juna, aided us on several occasions. Above all else, we are a group who came together to try Luis for his crimes. Traitor and kingslayer both. And to do that, we had to enter his company. We took no joy in disguising our true intentions, not from your eminence, nor the people. But today, finally, we have seen justice done. Luis has paid for his sins. And at last, at long last, my parents can rest in peace.
I had not realized you were such an actor. Or do you truly weep?
It's just hitting me now. We finally won.
Now, everyone, let's have a little composure, please.
That explains why the songstress was so often with Luis, as well as these brave misfits.
I understand. It all makes sense. I had wondered why a member of the Prince's own guard would fall in with Luis. You have done well to execute the rebel. I'm sure that His late Majesty and His Highness must be pleased. And of course, the Sanctus Church recognizes your divine relic. Now we shall greet tomorrow's festivities with fresh peace in our hearts.
Thank you, Your Eminence.
You must be the Lady Hulkenberg. The day His Highness was attacked, I heard you fought harder than any other. Your blade even struck the back of the blackguard who did it. Of all his defenders, you came closest to avenging the prince. But where you faltered then, you triumphed today. In form and heart, you are a true knight. Is something the matter?
Oh, no. You honor me greatly, Your Eminence.
Now, this lance. The Sanctus Church will confiscate it for now. A lance capable of killing the tournament's candidates would only sow panic and chaos.
Yes, as you wish. We brought it as an offering anyway.
Indeed. You may step down now.
Fascinating.
Think you can just walk away, do ya? You owe us a moment or three.
Well, I mean, you're not wrong.
Right.
Top 5. My arch nemesis, Luis. This should break the Prince's curse.
So you lot were working against us from the start. And you right along with them, Lady Juna.
What was your motive? Why did you kill Lord Luis?
If this was truly a matter of justice and not simply petty revenge, then we owe it to them to explain why we have taken their guiding force. They deserve that much. Captain, do you not agree?
It's time for the truth.
All right. It's time for the truth.
I am sorry if I'm overstepping my mark. I know I'm but the latest to become your ally, but...
No, you speak the truth. We have sought to save the rightful heir to the throne. To break the curse afflicting His Highness the Prince.
What's that? The Prince? He's dead, mate. Wait, he is dead, isn't he? He's dead, all right. You lot will need a better story than that if you don't want to get cut open where you stand.
He had to be declared dead in order to protect him. Though he lives, he is bedridden, cursed by magic.
And the only way left to undo that curse was to kill Luis. Those of us who wanted the prince restored formed a secret faction. And I was a spy in its service, trying to find out if we had any option beyond murder.
I cannot expect you to understand all this immediately. However...
You did this for the prince! His father, the king, was a coward! Puppet of Forden! It was because of him that this country rotted from the inside. And for his son! For his bloody, useless corpse of a son! What made you think his life was worth more than Count Luis?
Worth more? I thought you two hated when people tell you any life weighs more than another.
I myself have never met His Highness, nor do I know what sort of person he is. But I want to see the future these people believe in.
Despite our many differences of tribe and status, we still banded together. Through them, I saw the possibility of a world united.
Besides, when Luis talked about burning down my island, I thought I saw the shock and despair on your faces too.
Look, you two. Was Luis really a master worth your trust? I think it's worth listening to your hearts now. Even the doubts. I know we'd be happy to have you.
Hold a moment. These two were Luis's right-hand men. I would advise against this.
No, their hearts are as loyal as any of ours. They but served another master.
Lady Juna. I guess you really were watching out for us. More than we ever knew. I couldn't protect Basilio when it mattered most. They put him through so much for their sodden igniter experiments, and now protecting him's all I've got. Del. Maybe it is time to step back. Get away from this bloody business. I guess this was all it took. Count Luis gave us a dream to fight for, but I suppose it was the kind that don't feel right after you wake. So, we're drifters now. Maybe we'll open up that restaurant after all, eh? We'll see you around, Lady Juna.
Look, I'm not the smart one, you lot know that, so I don't know whether to punch you or thank you. I've never been this confused in all my life. Damn it, I just don't get it. Damn it. Oh, Del, wait! Don't you wander off like that? You mean all that about the restaurant, yeah?
Never could say what you were feeling. I'm sorry this was all I could do.
Ah, Captain, let us tarry no more. We must check His Highness's condition.
Yes, you're right! That should have lifted the curse!
Still cursed.
What's going on? The cursed thorns haven't disappeared.
But the caster is dead. Forden and his guard were sure to check Luis's body.
Calm down, everyone. We don't want to yell about this in public. Let's go back to the inn for now.
Okay. It wasn't him.
Still suffers under the curse. But Luis is dead. I cannot fathom it.
Obviously.
Like his body double, or something.
No. He was the man himself.
We couldn't fight him in person and still be mistaken.
The perpetrator was not Luis. And we have to identify the perpetrator by the scar on his back.
And Luis would have nothing to gain from faking his death, surely. After all, it put the lance in Forden's hands.
Knowing all that, might the curse have been cast by someone else entirely?
That would mean we killed an innocent person, wouldn't it?
Yes.
The bastard was no innocent. He destroyed my home. He murdered the king. And
true enough, old boy. But that's not why we were out to kill the chap, eh?
He said it himself, that killing him accomplished nothing. Was it really true?
Yet he had the formula for the curse in his possession. Surely that marks his guilt?
Even so, there remains a modicum of doubt in the matter. Perhaps Luis was researching the curse for another reason. If he was framed, it is possible he aimed to clear his name.
When she saw the formula, Rella did say it was only an outline, likely jotted from memory. So that could mean this wasn't a formula to begin with, just Luis's scratch work. Proof that he was looking for a way to prove his innocence.
But if it wasn't Luis, who else could have?
That night, His Highness the Prince was already fleeing when I arrived at the scene. I encountered the assailant as I sought to protect His Highness. I pursued and slashed across their back.
Right. I remember Forden mentioned something about that. Is there anything else you can remember?
Fie! No, I can recall nothing else. No other clues. Yet... no. 'Tis odd. I believe this is the first time I have recounted the particulars to anyone. I told the investigators only that I failed to capture the culprit. The shame of my failure kept me silent on the rest.
What? But just earlier, Forden said...
Yes, he told a story that none but the culprit could attest to. How does Forden know?
Maybe the culprit told him.
Maybe he heard it from the culprit?
If so, then Forden could be one of the conspirators behind the attack, or perhaps solely responsible for it.
I say, you don't think Forden is the mastermind behind this whole blasted to-do? You do realize he's the sanctifex of the entire dashed Sanctus Church?
Nay, but that does not make it impossible. It wasn't long after the prince's passing that His Majesty named Sanctism the state religion. If not for the matter concerning the king's magic, Forden's claim to the throne would have been unshakable.
Sounds like motive enough to want the prince gone.
We have to find out, even if it's remotely possible. Let's question Forden in person at the main festival tomorrow.
We'll need that divine lance back, too. It's not something we want in Forden's hands, especially now.
Hey, I'm going to go talk to my sister. She's bound to be somewhere in the city for the Saints' Day festivities.
Well, I think we're looking at Forden as the big bad. Not Louise.
Sister, I should explain.
Totally threw me for a loop.
Today was... well...
Is it safe for you to come to such a public place?
What? No, it's fine. It's not like we caused a riot or anything. We even explained ourselves to Forden's satisfaction. Actually...
That's not what I meant. You're the songstress, remember?
Ah, yes. Suppose you're right.
I know we talked before about the loophole in the king's protective magic, but I never thought you would be the one to strike Louise down. And that lance he presented, I take it that's why you went to Verger Island.
We didn't mean for it to be such a spectacle. It didn't exactly go according to plan. But at least we kept a tyrant off the throne.
And that's why I was wondering if I could ask you something. About Sanctifex Forden. What kind of man he really is.
Because, well, now that Luis is out of the picture, we know who's got the best chance. A man as powerful as him, well, you know how it is. You hear all kinds of nasty rumors swirling about. I'm just wondering if there's any truth to them.
Tuna, are you seriously trying to dig up dirt on Sanctifex Forden? On Saints' Day of all days?
Oh, loosen up a bit. You can't deny that people talk, and God knows they always have. Especially about the night of the attack. Asking how anyone could sneak into the castle, let alone get to the prince. Whether some official ordered the assassination. Remember when those rumors started? Father was on edge for days. I remember even when I hadn't said anything, he'd scold me and send me away. I don't suppose you ever heard if there was any truth to that. Sorry. I don't mean to dance around it, so it's just not an easy thing to ask about. I was talking with one of our allies, Hulkenberg. She said Forden mentioned something he couldn't have known, unless he was actually there, the night of the attack. Unlikely as it is, if it turns out Forden was involved, she won't suffer him being crowned. She'll be out for vengeance.
Alright, hold on. I gotta check on the stream things. Okay, it looks like it's still running. Good. We're coming up on 4 hours, though. So I might have to stop. Pretty much right after all these cutscenes happen.
And you're the eldest daughter of House Cygnus, a sanctist family. The people would see you as an accomplice to a man who had a hand in killing the royals. I couldn't bear to let that happen. You don't deserve that. I need to know the truth.
Then, suppose His Eminence Forden were guilty of such sin. What would you do with him? With the Sanctus Church?
What do you mean?
Well, I was but a girl of only 12 years. I knew nothing about the inner workings of the crown theocracy.
Sister? What's wrong?
Nothing. I'm fine. If a tad overworked. All these new developments and tragic events. I'm just run a little ragged, that's all.
Sister.
I'll be fine. Really. I'm sorry you had to see me like that. If I am to be the people's saint, I must be strong enough to play the part. Maybe I'll hold off on the harder drinks today, just to be safe. It's been a long time since we could spend some simple time together like this. It's like we're just two sisters visiting Montario for the holiday. I'll see you again soon.
Seems Juno wasn't able to get much from Rella. If Rella won't talk, then we'll have no choice but to pry the truth out of Forden tomorrow. I'm sure you've got lots on your mind, but I can tell that you're tired. Let's just rest up and get ready for tomorrow. Holy shit. Could Forden truly have killed His Highness? If the attack was by his hand, we must have our answers from him, no matter the means. The true culprit behind the curse must be brought to justice, and fast. His Highness' life is at stake. Luis was by no means an innocent man, but we've still killed someone we shouldn't have. It's not so much that I feel guilty, but I have a sense of foreboding. I hope it's only my imagination. Forden, that cur. I had long believed the church was not as pristine as it presented, but this... If he truly was the man behind the attack, we must reclaim the spear, and swiftly. We've finally taken down our greatest foe, yet it seems we can't celebrate just yet. I was naive to think taking down Luis would solve our problems. Yeah, no kidding. We murdered Luis, but the prince's curse is unbroken. We went through so much to get here. Can't help but feel conflicted. And to make things worse, Rella seems to be hiding something. She's never been a very good liar. Okay.
Good night.
Just well.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Now, let's get this year's Saints' Day Festival of Montario underway. We will begin with a few words from His Eminence, Sanctifex Forden.
Looks like Dracodios hasn't left his side.
Today is a day of great celebration. A day to offer up our thanks to God. But first, an announcement. Luis is dead. The royal family's murderer has been put to justice. Now much of the kingdom's trust lies with me. Even this king-defying lance is safe in my hands. I would not see further bloodshed in endless, futile conflict. Is it not past time for reconciliation and open dialogue as a newly forged nation?
He's talking as if the race is already over. What about deciding the winner?
All but a formality now, isn't it? His Eminence has the overwhelming majority on his side. Better to establish peace now and crown Sanctifex Forden.
No. He would end the tournament here and now.
So he's just going to call the race while he's ahead? How convenient. But the throne's decided by the king, not this tournament.
Forden only had to abide by that when he had Luis to compete with. If he ends this while he's this far ahead, we won't be able to reverse it.
Oi! The game's not over yet, you cocky bastard!
We only seek to submit to the will of the people. Though you would be wise to quit the race with all speed.
Forden for the throne! Then we will finally have peace! Hail His Majesty Forden! Long live His Majesty Forden!
Damn him. The people already believe him the victor. Tournament won or no, his dominance will soon be unshakable.
Let's go. We reclaim the lance, now!
Now? Are you out of your mind?
If he's going to keep it close to hand, we'll never have a chance to swap it out. We'll have to take it by force.
too dangerous.
Isn't it too dangerous? Better we risk danger than inaction. If we miss this chance, we may never get another.
Hello.
So you were after this lance all along? Loyalists indeed. How many more candidates must die by your hand?
His smuggler is horrific, distorted. It's sickening.
What did you? How dare you, you pagan wretch! You would steal this holy lance for your own vile ends. That alone is treason against the kingdom, you filthy assassins.
Assassins? Then we're in good company. That night, you were the one behind the attack on His Royal Highness. You framed Luis for your crime and banished him from the palace. Do you deny it?
Precisely the sort of baseless claims I'd expect from desperate sinners.
Baseless, is it? In that case, shall we produce proof of your treason?
You waste your breath. What do your words matter now? The royal family is gone. Luis is dead. Only I remain. And only I am fit for the throne.
You vile traitor!
You call His Eminence a traitor? Preposterous! The Sanctivex is incapable of such deeds!
Your Majesty Forden, punishment to the disloyal. Charge these ruffians with your divine lance!
Behold, the flock has spoken. Those who defy me are to be executed. Before you die, know that I am in your debt for killing Luis and handing me the crown.
Del, what the hell's going on? I thought the prince's curse was supposed to be off.
It's clearly not. The prince's assassination, the whole lot. It was all the Sanctists. It was all that bastard pulling the strings from the start. Wait, is that?
This is the man.
Identify yourself.
Or, I don't know.
Who are you? We're at a festival. Should we not be festive? I've come to meet you.
Ford.
What the fuck?
How could you have survived? Not that it matters. It falls to me to finish the job, then. Coming here seals your fate. Hell awaits, and this time I'll make sure you stay there. Face your divine punishment, Luis!
It was the false lance.
Why?
It appears your sins outweigh mine.
What have you done?
That lance is counterfeit. Just like
He has the true lance. Oh, shit.
this is the true lance.
You snake, Luis.
Okay, so it was Luis. Jesus Christ, this story has so many twists.
Did he just kill Sanctifex Forden?
Yeah.
No. Impossible. Nothing to see here. The festival is cancelled. Cancelled.
Del, Lord Luis is alive.
What's going on?
Good people, you have heard the truth with your own ears. Forden was the vile mastermind behind the prince's assassination. For casting his sins upon me, For seeking to usurp the throne, I have passed due judgment. A tainted sanctifex is unfit to rule. What's the matter? You seem lost for words.
We killed you.
You're supposed to be dead.
In a sense, yes.
Then how? How are you alive? Forden's own attendant confirmed your death.
Forden's attendant? You mean that fellow?
He's your man. On the inside. Zorba's alive? Oh my god.
Back at the Grand Cathedral, I ordered the dead to recover my body if the need arose.
Oh my god.
I intended for Forden to die by my hand. And the first step in his downfall was Zorba's infiltration.
Impossible. The lance pierced you through your very breastplate.
It did indeed. And frankly, I'm still impressed. Few could land such a decisive blow against me. But I'm afraid fate was on my side, not yours.
Mortal anatomy is my speciality. I knew at first glance that the wound was deep, but the heart was intact. Lord Luis is destined for far greater than this, so I devised a plan. I would proclaim his death and deceive both Forden and his flock. After that, it was simply a matter of magically regenerating his flesh overnight. Only a fool would expect him to die in such a place.
I could have emerged as soon as I'd healed. But where's the theater in that? Today is a day of celebration. The least I could do is offer a fitting death out of mercy.
Why do you have the real lamp? Wasn't it supposed to have gone to Forden?
Wee bit slow on the uptake, eh? I just told you, I was present for the inspection. It was hardly a difficult task to swap out your counterfeit.
So you knew the truth of it? No. Have you always been ahead of us? Ever since the moment we thought Zorba dead?
A holy lance, a convincing prop. What does it matter? Had I truly died, it would simply indicate that I was never fit for my ambitions. Power is the only true arbiter. Behold the proof. Forden lies dead, and the lance is in my hand, just as planned.
You let us do as we pleased, even knowing the risks. You're insane!
Indulge me a question. You stole the magic formula from me. Surely you soon learned that it was useless. That's why you then resorted to killing the caster. You were desperate to lift the spell. Is that not so? In other words, the curse's victim still draws breath. For that reason, you sought to kill me even amidst this competition, even with the difficulty of the king's magic in your way. So, His Venerable Highness the Prince survived. Where is he? Speak or die.
Well, fuck.
Please, spare us.
No! Stop! Leave them be!
How quickly the Sanctus break rank and flee. Their flock left to die. This is Sanctism.
No! Stop him!
Out of the way!
Ah.
Why? Go! Run!
Come now.
Thank you.
Fascinating.
You protect them. Yet what value do they have to you? It's not that! This is just wrong! It's wrong, my lord!
I see. So even you two faltered.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Well, shit.
Vitelio!
Hey! Wake up!
Alright, hold on. This is not ending yet. Okay. Fixed.
I get it now. Only fair thing in this world is power. With it, you can take whatever you want in this life. Or so I thought. But you know, if all the weak get left behind, who's left to protect them? I've been an idiot. Sorry about that.
Baz is gonna go Super Saiyan. AKA get a new archetype. Get us a new archetype.
I see it, you know. Our little diner. Music in the air. It's grand. Look after Lady Juna. Huh? Hey. Tell?
Wow.
Pitiful. See what brotherhood earned them.
Lord Louis. That's what it all comes down to for you, yeah? The strong are right, the weak are wrong. Doesn't matter what you were born into, there's fairness in that. We saw you as our own. We thought that if you had a proper strong fella on top, he'd be able to put a stop to all the meaningless discrimination. But we had it wrong. You're no ray of hope. It doesn't matter to you. Killing anyone, it doesn't make you feel unclean. You're the kind of cold-blooded bastards we hate more than anything!
Do not concern yourself with this peon, Lord Luis. With my newfound power, I shall tear them limb from limb.
This way! Guards, hurry!
Step aside. You have important work to do.
These criminals!
We didn't do it, but we should probably still run. Basilio, come with us!
Shut up! What about Del? You saw what that bastard did to him!
I will not let you die in vain. Your brother didn't do this so you could get yourself killed. For now, please flee with us.
Shut!
Come, make haste.
Oh, welcome back. It went about as well as could be expected. We wanted something nicer for his grave, but they told us something like that's reserved for Sanctus tradition.
You can expect little else in Altabri. I apologize for not being present.
We've just gotten ourselves out of the public eye. If we had gone as a crew, Worst case, we'd have been turned in.
I wish we could have mourned him at his home. It had to happen in the lap of the Sanctus Church of all places. I hear the Parapists typically prefer a more joyful send-off, with singing and celebration.
It's alright. Us soldier kids could never afford to be too picky. Tell you he couldn't choose where to something. The fact that you were there, Lady Juna, that's enough for us.
Basilio.
Best to leave him be for a while. He's just lost the only family he had.
By the way, have you checked the Farsight mirror? The curse might be.
Unfortunately, it still hasn't lifted. Guess that means it was someone other than Forden after all.
But Forden brazenly admitted that he had been the mastermind. Luis was innocent of that crime, at least.
Someone must have cast it at Forden's command. Unless we can find and kill them in time. Damn it all!
We've more pressing problems at hand, don't we? Now Luis knows the prince is alive. Surely that's far from ideal.
The village is deep in the forest. It's not an easy place to find, even if you're looking. Going to the prince's side could be dangerous. So let's not get ahead of ourselves.
But even if we sought the real culprit, we no longer have any leads to follow.
If I might make a suggestion, perhaps we should visit my sister again. She may have some insight on the Sanctus Church's past, but that's tomorrow's concern. As for tonight, we could all use some time to rest our hearts and minds.
Oh, look at you, kid. You look near dead yourself.
Tell? What?
Seems you made it out in one piece, though.
Are you alive? But back there, you... Don't tell me you pulled some bloody trick. Just like Luis. Bloody hell, Del. I thought I...
Basilio, sorry. From here on, you're taking the lead.
But why? I can't without you. Del, I only made it this far because I followed you.
Don't give me that. You're the strong one. Me, I never knew where I was going. Basilio, protect the weak. Swear you'll do it, not for me, but for yourself. If you can do that, I'll always be with you. Don't give me that look. Well, this one's goodbye for now. You ready? Let's hear it, Basilio. You fight. But why?
Well, here we go.
Anguished traveler. Thy long stagnant stance hath finally been broken.
Berserker, I would think.
Not really a choice. It's back to the starting line. This time I'll lead. Ardell entrusted me with this chance. I've got to show him I've got this.
Thank you. Thou hast chosen a noble parting. O Lodestar, whose light reveals the king's own path. Henceforth, thy fears and insecurities are thy light. Awaken.
See you around, Del.
Bullshit.
Thank goodness! You're finally awake! You were passed out! Don't scare me like that! Not that I can blame you. After all that's happened.
Sir Basilio, there's magla flowing through him. I think it's the same as our power.
It's you lot from before.
They want to pay their respects for Fidelio. Thank you. Thank you so very much.
Ardell. Funny, isn't it? Maybe this world's not so bad. Thanks.
Badass bruiser, carrying his brother's honor, has become your ally. Well, fuck.
God, what in the world is that, lads? It struck down Santifex Fallen right before our eyes. That's supposed to be impossible.
And Luis made sure it was a bloody spectacle, before an audience even. The bastard is making sport of it.
We must devise a plan. Otherwise, even if Luis does not sway our supporters, they may lose faith in the church.
Before all else, we must choose a successor, as they need not share Forden's strength.
I have brought her here.
You requested an audience? Assembled lords.
Rella, we must ask your support. Let me be direct. We would like you to enter the tournament as a formal successor to His Eminence Sanctifex Fallen.
This girl? She is your plan?
Have you gone mad? I reject this proposal. If anyone is to succeed His Eminence, it should be me, as his trusted right hand.
See sense. Strength alone means nothing. And without that, you have nothing worthy of the people's loyalty.
Rella, will you not speak? Surely you feel what they ask of you is beyond your station.
Well, that is...
You are wise beyond your years, Rella. Surely you understand. What the lost children need now is not a righteous avenger, but a refuge from their fears. The people would flock to a saint who dwells among her people. Already many would rejoice to see you rule as queen. Rella, will you answer their call?
This is all rather sudden.
Of course, you would have our full support. Naturally, we will make arrangements so that the tournament's next round turns in your favor.
Even so, I am unfit to be queen.
Allow me to clarify. This is not exactly a request. Would you rather have that tyrant Luis become king?
Well...
Well, shit.
Hey, sounds like we've got big news. I just heard from a pack of Sanctists. I figured they'd shove someone up to take Forden's place. But where it is, it'll be Saint Rella. Gonna be an announcement tomorrow.
The mourning for Forden's barely started, and they're already lining up his successor. And Rella, at that. Going for popularity over power, it seems.
They're getting careless. Though, thinking about it, maybe it's a smarter choice than it seems.
But, say Saint Rella wins against Luis, becomes proper queen and all gets to do what she wants. Doesn't that tidy this whole thing right up?
No, this can't be her own decision. Just the idea of being queen would put her stomach in knots.
The politicians must be trying to make her their puppet. Perhaps it was an order she could not refuse.
This isn't good. Probably not the best time to talk to her either.
But that's got to mean they're keeping the tournament going, right? Then they'll probably announce the next challenge once Rella's candidacy goes public.
Either way, I don't like it. This is all escalating too fast for my tastes. All the support Forden had campaigned for will likely just go straight to Rella with hardly a dent. If Luis and the Sanctus Church are trying to reclaim the status quo as the two pillars of government, that'll be a tough lead to shake. After all, just lifting the curse isn't going to be enough to restore the prince to the throne.
Indeed. Luis versus Rella. Frontrunner and runner-up with no ties to the royal family between them. Everyone will see plain that popularity's eclipsed royal right. His Highness himself will have to win this battle on the faith of the people, or his claim to the crown will never be acknowledged.
Besides which, Luis now knows that His Highness lives. His whereabouts have not been discovered, but the Kingslayer will take up the hunt.
So many obstacles. What do we do?
We have to keep trying to break the curse, but we also need to get people to support the prince's claim to the throne. To move forward, we need to buy time.
Well, I know one way to keep a VIP protected. A classic tactic, really. The military does it all the time. We use a body double. You're supposed to be a dead ringer for the prince, yeah?
You mean he pretends to be the prince? That's absurd. You realize it's a capital offense to impersonate royalty.
Not a bad idea.
I don't think it's a bad idea, though.
Do you not get how dangerous this is?
Ardell was right about you being mental. I think we could pull it off, though. The prince has been gone ages. Nobody's in a position to point out differences.
Wait, just think about this. He's elder. The royal family's Clamar and have been for generations. His appearance would be the least of our worries.
If I may, His Highness the Prince lacks the Clamar horns. Some rumors suggested 'twas not some miraculous feature of the prince alone, but a mark of elden blood. I've heard no confirmation either way myself, but at the very least, 'tis a tale any aristocrat is bound to have heard in passing.
In other words, with an elder claiming the prince's name and a known royal knight to vouchsafe him, we'd have enough plausibility to shake the nobles to their core.
Of course, all this means little, unless our double himself is willing. What say you?
We can't back down now.
I can't back down now.
Wow. You never do, you know?
Your resolve has been challenged many times over, and never have you strayed. I am humbled once more. I pledge my sword to this gambit.
Good. Then we declare ourselves tomorrow, where this announcement's going to take place. Seems like the optimal place to make sure we're heard.
Right then. Looks like I'll have to give the old girl a polish worthy of a prince. My cue as well. From here on, it's nose to the grindstone until my magnum opus is finished. Can't let the lad be the only one with his life on the line.
Okay. Jesus.
Can we talk?
We have no clue what might happen in a situation like this. So once we're done with our preparations in the city, let's focus on tomorrow. But remember, the monks have their eyes on us. Let's keep our shopping to the Blue Sky Bridge area and return to the runner at night. Holy shit, my dudes. This has been a whirlwind ride of epic plot proportions. I am I am at a loss for how to proceed, how to think. I was kind of right about the brothers, but wasn't right about which one.
What now?
Basilio, Berserker, and an unknown. This was so obvious it hurts. He wields an axe, for God's sake. And why didn't I think of this earlier? Man. I could not have foreseen this. Well, I didn't foresee this. Yes. Jesus Christ.
I learned a new ability.
Yes, you did. Well, that is probably everything.
Why, you little...
What the bloody hell was that? We came to visit the Saints' Day. For Saints' Day, not to see fire and brimstone. What will become of us now? With the church gone, who are we to pray to?
What happened?
The church gone? You brought this scourge upon us by coming here. This is why I detest elders and pagans. Saints' Day ended on a rather blood-curdling note, didn't it? Perhaps the lone saving grace is that Lady Rella is still on our side.
What are we to do?
For that?
The city is in shambles. His Eminence Warden killed. It can't be. Just who the devil are you? You with us or against us? Cannot believe it. Sanctifex Forden slain by Luis. No, it can't be true. Then, why has Luis not been struck down for his sin? Surely Sanctifex Forden had nothing to be judged for, or did he? People are confused. Screaming. In my mind's eye, I see the monolith mourning the loss of a great leader. There looks to be a storm on the morrow.
Oh, my fingers are gonna freeze up out here. Sod off.
Damn.
How did this happen?
How can so many people be enamored with that maniac, Luis? Thankfully, we have more guards than ever now. But it's only a matter of time. Saint Rella might become the new representative of the Sanctus Church, but it is the people's faith in her is strong enough to stop Luis. Oh God, it's the crowd. There are so many conversations. Who'd have ever imagined Providence would take His Eminence Forden from us? And why is his face still there? Closure. Look there. It's been such a mad craze of late that the King's Rock can't even keep track of the standings. At this rate, Luis will have a clear path to the throne. Sanctus' very existence is in peril. It's times like these that we must come together. Sanctus Church ought to settle upon a single candidate. Lady Rella, perhaps. She's very kind, and the people have such confidence in her. Does she stand a chance against Louise? She may be the greatest healer in the nation, but their disparity in strength is plain to see. Learn him. Fuck.
You there?
Unless you have a reason, we're asking everyone to stay clear of the Opera House now. That goes double for a candidate like you. Security is pretty tight, huh? That's fine, though. We've got shopping to do. We have the Gauntlet Runner, too, so we shouldn't need the tavern. Okay, where is the shopping to be done? We can't afford to let them do further damage. Then again, there's hardly anything still standing. Now is the time for us to pray. God will strike Louis down for his sins. I never expected Louis would go so far, but I can't see the church yielding to him either. In the event they decide to nominate another candidate, I'm afraid I'll have to take countermeasures. Oh, I haven't the slightest concern about you. Now that you've openly opposed Louis, you'll be a wanted man come tomorrow. Maybe. Okay, well... People's trust in the monk army has fallen off a cliff. Can you blame them? The head of the church was killed inside our very stronghold. There's rumors it was His Eminence Forden himself who ordered the assassination of the prince. Should we stay devout to an unrighteous faith? Is a good question.
Hey.
Man. Appraisal, yeah. Mogla, abacus.
Now then.
Interesting. Anything good? Jeez. Okay, does the weapon shop have axes for the man? The man we just recruited. God, what a game this has been so far. Yes.
I get it.
Hunter's hatchet. That ain't no hatchet, man. That's a freaking axe. That is a pole axe. We Mustari have always received the blame for ill omens such as these. There are even rumors spreading they wish to eliminate our tribe entirely. Oh, I lament for those so eager to be blinded to the realities of the world. If I could ask one boon of our new king, it would be to create a fair and just new world, free of such discrimination.
What is it?
Lady, I'm working on it, okay? There's only so much I can do.
Greetings.
Oh, Jesus Christ, man. Oh.
What is it?
I should have probably parted this out a bit better than I did.
Greetings.
Hold on. Nothing to appraise, okay. Fine.
What is it? What now?
Jesus Christ. Heisme is fine. Basilio has yet to get things. Party is full, I know. Basilio. Because he needs to level up. And he can't do that from the sidelines. Not readily, anyhow. But damn. Berserker time.
Hey, nice.
Not bad. Right, and he should have strength. Aeon Pearl Ring? That was taken off? Why? Oh, because I've got the Venom Ward charm. Why do I have the Venom Ward charm? Aeon Pearl Ring. Well, no. No. It's more important for me to be immune to these. Or resistant to them. Fine, we can have Aeon Pearl Ring on him. And Strahl is just here. Here. And the Pure White. No. Okay, so you have the best gear now. Because you are new and require such things. Okay, fine, you can have that. Coral Mail, huh? Pure White Helm didn't make it on, did it? No, I think it did. Okay. Anything change now? Yes. Spangen Helm. Sure. Okay.
Leave it to me.
That makes sense. Okay. That's not bad. Yeah, and he can stay in the sidelines for now. Right. Oh, man. We do not have enough of that. Yeah, I'm capped on it. So how about you fine? Why not? Okay. Basilio, Berserker.
Getting stronger.
Yes, you are. It's kind of the idea. Oh boy.
All right. I'm counting on you.
Jesus Christ, my dudes.
I'll do it.
Basilio.
I learned a new ability.
Oh man. I think we need to wrap this up. Things are getting too big as they are. So
Well, I guess that's the end of it. Hang on a minute, you.
only those opponents pass here, especially on a day like today. We absolutely cannot make exceptions. Oh, how could we have failed our sacred duty to protect His Eminence? I don't care. don't care about your bullshit. So we did the pantry and washroom, right? Then it said, feel free to disembark, so we disembarked to shop for things and stuff.
Is this it?
And hope for the best. And then...
What are we to do?
My dude. Ooh, this game. This freaking game. Filled with spoiler after spoiler. Damn it all. It's really how it ends. Hey, are you okay? Are you hurt? Pretty obvious what happened, no? I was tossed out of my carriage. Out of a carriage, attacked by monsters. Suppose no one's gonna be much bothered by one more dead Parapus lining the streets. Grateful, at least, to have a view like this as my last. That monolith really is gorgeous. Wish I could have seen it up close. Things are going blurry. We could save you if you just asked. Anyway.
I'm tired.
Feeling accomplished? Sure did a lot today. I think we deserve a nice long rest. We did pantry. We did washing. Okay. And right, we talked to some people. We can go around and rest. Fuck my life, dude. Hey. I don't get this at all. What the hell has happened? Why is Lady Rella taking Fortin's place? I don't want to fight Lady Rella if I can help it, but if the Sanctus Church is jerking her around, then I want to do something about it. Yeah, so do I. Time to sleep. I think I'll rest here tonight.
Good night.
Shit has gone down. The shit has hit the proverbial fan. Hey, looking like we're all set for tomorrow. Got a minute then? Seeing as I've fallen in with you lot now, there's something I want to clear up.
You.
Just tell me this. You doing all this to save the poor prince? Are you doing it to save the country? It's the same thing, is it not?
I mean...
It's ultimately the same thing either way. It ain't that simple. If you want to save the country, you're playing a longer game. Got to actually win this race. So, if we can't save the prince, you take his place, for good. That means, if we win the tournament, you'll take the lie to your grave.
So...
I'm just saying, you declare yourself prince tomorrow, and everything changes for you, forever. I know what you're signing up for. You know what you're signing up for? I'm ready. I'm ready for it. Listen to you. Got guts, that's for sure.
Then...
Well, I'll tell you something else. I'm not just following you to go with the flow, alright? Or to avenge Dell. Sure, I'm planning on hammering that bastard Luis into the ground. But I'm doing it for the dream. For a world where your birth don't decide your life. And if I'm gonna tag along, that's the world we're gonna live to see. I know it.
Leave it to me.
So, just leave it to me, yeah? I've got your back. Long as you're giving this everything you got, so will I. You got a deal, Captain? I suppose. Saw Basili off. Said he'd prefer sleeping in stowage. Then returned to my bunk.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Can we just have a normal day? No.
Look, it's that boy candidate. The one who betrayed Luis or killed him or something.
Hold on! I thought it was Sanctifex Forden who got killed.
I think it's both. But hard to say what actually happened. Suppose it's true what they say about Elder. Disaster follows them like an ill wind.
I couldn't get a read on what kind of reputation we had before, but it seemed worse than I thought.
Once we stand for His Royal Highness the Prince, that will surely change. We have to believe that.
St. Rella is here. The rumors were true.
Thank you all for joining me, even in the midst of this turmoil. I am Rella Cygnus, of the Crown Theocracy. The reason I ask that you all gather here today is so that I may formally announce my succession to His Eminence, the late Sanctifex Forden. I know not if I am worthy, but under the teachings of the noblesse, I am determined to become a worthy king, queen of this land.
The saint herself is to be our queen. Now we are safe. Glory to Sanctism.
Chill out for just jumping mid-race like that. Everyone seemed pretty annoyed when Luis did it.
The tournament's winner is not guaranteed the throne. Fairness was never really a factor. Whoever has the skill to exploit the standings will win.
Listen to that roar. I think I underestimated my sister's popularity.
Even from here, I can feel her aura of magic. I suppose that's to be expected if she's the land's best mage healer.
From the looks of it, she's perfectly situated to pick up where Forden left off.
I object! Rella, you have no true experience in the political world. And you would rise to Sanctifex Forden's heights. Be worshipped as he was. I refuse. I have been loyal to God and His Eminence Forden my whole life. I am the only one worthy of his legacy.
Master Guido, truly I do see the truth in your words. However, this is also the will of the Crown Theocracy.
Friends gathered here, do you really believe such a person is fit to be queen? Once the nation has dissolved into chaos, it will be too late. Appoint me as champion of Sanctism, and I will save you all.
Not sure about that. We know your name, but honestly, you don't have much in the way of real accomplishments.
The man has no charisma. If I had to choose, I'd rather follow Sintwell. In all help alone.
And they say Sanctifex Forden killed the prince, too. If that's true, then I don't know if I'd trust his closest vassal with the throne.
Friends,
Is that Luis's gauntlet runner?
As usual, I find you all embroiled in pointless conflict.
What is your business here?
For the sake of those mired in your endless, fruitless squabbles, I have come to propose we give truth to this competition.
What truth?
The people's eyes have been opened. This entire tournament is a self-indulgent travesty of the Sanctus Church's making. First the king, and now you dogs of God. Why do you teach the people lies? You preach that true understanding is mutual and blind to the balance of power. Ignorant, willful or otherwise, to the sin and weakness that your lessons breed. Face the truth. Our world is lawless. and your efforts have done nothing to quell the chaos. It is time we were judged only by our abilities. Victory means nothing unless won by skill, and it is no less true for the throne.
Skill? What skill would you put on display?
I see no more reason to forbid the killing of candidates.
You would have the race decided by violence. And I suppose you believe yourself capable of personally reversing the king's magic. Impossible.
Oh, King! You have witnessed our trials, have you not? You have seen a divine relic used to defy your shield and claim lives! The lance rests in my hand. With its power, my victory is assured. But surely you would not see the race decided by such injustice. And neither would I. I will not give voice to the lie that this world is subject to any god's reign. Would you, O great king?
What is his aim? If he has the key to certain victory in his hands, why cast it aside?
Never takes what he doesn't win. That's Luis to the core. He means every word he says. When you're clawing up from the bottom and you hear him talk like that, you can't help but dream. And then you never realize. Only a madman claims lies and contradictions won't exist in their world.
Luis Greyburn. What manner of life has this man lived to make him such a creature?
He says that, but with that lance, he could kill any candidate he pleases, couldn't he? He killed Sanctifex Forden, and now threatens Saint Rella. No! Your late Majesty, please, speak!
Do not fear, my people. Even should Luis claim all the power he desires, I will not be so easily conquered. Even should our nation dissolve into anarchy, I will always stand to defend you.
Sister.
I expected little else of Forden's loyal pet. It seems there is more to the saint than vapid, empty benevolence. Come, O king! There can be no more doubt. The masses desire a truly fair battle. One waged without your shackles.
Be this thy course. Thou wouldst rule by strength alone.
He's talking!
Holy shit.
Like when he first rose. I killed Forden, yet has my standing fallen at all? Surely you would know. This petty race limps forward, while the land is further flooded with anxiety and monsters. You have left us an age of strife. You are powerless to stop it. And in your place, fool king, I will restore the balance and right this land's wrongs.
So be it. They who remain seeketh a clash without hindrance. Very well. Now and hereafter, my magic shall no longer protect thee. Face this as a trial renewed. If ye would be a true king, then I bid thee prevail.
You see that light just now?
The magna flow surrounding the candidates has disappeared. The protection of the magic is no more.
Stretching has faded away.
This lance of dragons is no more than an antique spear. Children lost in Sanctism's shadow. The fog of deception has finally cleared. There is no God. Think hard on your salvation, and whether you'll find it in prayer.
No. He would even deny us our prayer? It's true. His Majesty has broken the spell. If it has come to this.
You know it was not I who laid the prince low. Which means that if you oppose me still, it is for the throne, and nothing more. I can finally face the real you. A near-death invalid has no place upon the throne. The mere suggestion is ludicrous. You do well to follow the king's example and abandon the folly of your ideals.
To cast aside all we've fought for would accomplish nothing. We too strive for a vision. Luis, you will never take the throne. The rightful heir stands before you. Look upon our candidate and know his true claim. He is the legitimate son of his late Majesty King Hithlodius V, last heir to the throne of Uchronia. His Highness, the Prince himself, has risen to vanquish evil. For his people, he defies the pain and suffering of the curse he endured.
His Highness the Prince? What? That's a lie. His Highness? He has already passed.
His Highness the Prince! They're mad, the lot of them. That boy's an elder.
Indeed he is. 'Tis the very proof you seek. Anyone who truly knows His Highness himself will see what this means. Indeed, there is no denying it.
Rella!
Sister? I saw for myself when I personally treated His Highness. They'd warned me against revealing it to the public, but the time for discretion is past. His Highness the Prince has elden blood coursing through his veins. His Majesty told me that the boy's birth mother was an elder woman.
The Prince was an elder?
Enough of this absurdity.
You! The Prince! A bold gambit. To reveal yourself before both Rella and I. Indeed, I have no retort. After all, he's been dead so long. Nobody could say otherwise. Fine then. So be it. This marks the true battle between those who would fight to the throne. Wouldn't you say, Your Highness? Face your unworthy ideals and come to terms. I shall await at the royal capital to meet the one left standing.
With the Luis in the lead, he no longer has to concern himself with the other candidates, especially those who aren't a direct challenge. I secured the abandoned Dracodios. For knight. Interesting. Here's a spear. Well, we're in the top 3. My support has increased dramatically now that I've announced I am the prince, and I can't let the people down.
Rella, Forden's legacy is rightfully mine. It won't be long before this conflict turns violent. Do you really think you have what it takes to fend off Luis?
You were head of the guards and you failed to protect Santifex Forden. You want to talk? Please step down.
And you think yourself my better, do you? If it's a contest of strength you want, we can settle that right here. My magic. Nothing's happening. What's going on?
Please, do not cause further distress to the devout. I ask once more, stand down.
Did you see that? Those were thorned vines. But that's...
Sister. Children of God, I know the burdens you bear. I see the fear and anxiety that weighs heavy upon you. But rest at ease, my beloved citizens. Sanctism is and shall ever be your fortress. Know that I will protect all of you. Pray with me now. Close your eye.
Oh, fuck.
She's right. Saint Rella can even heal our country. As long as we believe in her, we shall know peace.
Saint Rella! Saint Rella! Closure.
Be careful. I sense Magla. There's something beyond rhetoric in her words. There's definitely magic there.
Sister! What have you done to everyone?
I'm lifting their fears and anxieties. I can take yours too. With enough devotion, you can lock your anxieties away and they shall never trouble you again. Sanctifex Forden saw Sanctism as only a tool. A means to exploit the people, abuse his authority, and mask injustice as piety. And yet, even then, did this twisted form of Sanctism save no unfortunate souls? What makes salvation true? Luis claims that there is no God. That true equality is only earned in pitiless competition. Are the believers fools to fear his words?
Saint Rella.
I will save the people of this land in the truest sense. They shall live with no worries, no anxieties. Now and forevermore.
But through magic? You forced the fears out of their very hearts. 'Tis no salvation to strip them of free thought.
Perhaps not. But this country has bled them of it for too long. Besides, what makes you any more fit to speak of rightness? You claim he is the prince. The real prince is surely at death's door, isn't he? After all, your efforts did nothing to lift the curse. I've told you before.
Oh, God.
The prince's curse was crafted to perpetually draw upon the caster's magic. I know he suffers, because I yet live.
Wait.
She is the one.
Surely you can't mean... No. You healed His Highness. It was only by virtue of your presence that he survived that night.
Oh, was I not clear enough? Allow me to clarify. On that night, it was my back that your blade carved across.
This isn't good. There's magic flooding this place.
Oh, great.
Indeed, to be capable of seeing all this.
No! Why? Sister, you can't have! You were only 12 summers old then.
I was. And Luis was only a boy. All the better for any witnesses to suspect him of the crime. Yet I was interrupted in casting. What would have been a fatal curse became something unorthodox and incomplete. A spell with no formula. Even I could not dispel it. All you can do now is kill the caster. As heiress to the Sanctus Church's legacy, I will never hand over the royal scepter. Not to Luis, nor to you. Juna, I will await you amidst our dearest memories. Find me where the failures of the Sanctus Church lie buried. A place I'm sure you know well.
Isn't that...
Halt! I will not let you escape. You've ruined everything. The church, my authority, everything. You will never leave this city alive. I am Guido, of the warrior monks, and in God's name, I condemn thee!
They're calling in the cavalry! We've got incoming runners, plural! We need to get out of here!
Well, fuck.
Norris, swiftly!
Lost it, I know!
Now we're in all-out war.
Who put this cliff here?
What about the teleportation? That takes time we don't have.
We've got nowhere to go but up into the sky.
So we do. Then that's what we'll do. We fly!
Wait, you're saying...
I finished preparations long ago. Time was something I had in surplus.
Then?
But if it fails, it's curtains for us. We all die here.
You hear me?
I trust you.
We're dead if we don't move either way. I agree. He speaks true.
Just take us up already. We've all flown before, right?
Except me.
Norris! Is this not your dream? Then bring it to life! Here and now!
I'll do it. I'll take you with me. Beyond the sky!
What the?
Not yet. Trust your technology near us. It's time.
Hot damn.
Let's fly!
Impossible. It can fly.
Yeah! We're flying like a valley bird with wings and all. Did you not see that? How do you like that?
My ears are popping.
This might take some getting used to.
I really done it! Look at her! That's my sky honor!
Okay. This is anime as fuck.
Even if we didn't crash. Now that we're past the worst of it, it's actually smoother than I thought.
A bit of faith, my dear.
You're telling me that tiny patch is the city? It's like a child's toy. Seeing it like this, it's easy to imagine the people as little dots, huddling together in fear.
Phew, that was terrifying. I'm just glad it flew okay. Don't you think?
I knew it would work.
I always knew Norris could make it work.
Only because you're as bold and big-headed as I am, what? Really, old boy, I'd not be here without you to give me the push I needed. Thank you.
So, about our next move.
We must pursue Rella as soon as possible. His Highness is running out of time.
Where did she say she was going? Where the failures of the Sanctus Church lie buried?
My guess is the Mage Academy, or what remains of the place. Nobody goes near it now. I was a student there myself once.
I don't say. No wonder you're so knowledgeable about magic.
For a dropout, I suppose.
The Royal Mage Academy, then.
Yeah.
Was known as the finest school in the kingdom for magic research.
Lady Julia, I've got to ask. What was St. Rella like back in your school days? The way she was acting earlier, all cold? That the real hair?
No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. Maybe I just never knew the real her. That was the first I've ever seen her like that myself. I keep thinking, if she'd just quietly taken over for Forden, we could have helped each other out. Even if she inherits the Sanctifex's authority, she's nothing like Forden. She'd never want to hurt anyone. That's not her. I thought she wasn't like that. Now Now she's saying she was part of this conspiracy? She attacked the prince? No, it doesn't make any sense.
Then we've got to get to her fast as we can. We know where she is, yeah? You just gotta tell her everything you just told us.
That would be prudent, yes. But Captain, a reef for your thoughts, lad. If she is truly the culprit, then the curse will persist so long as she lives. This means we will have to kill her. Are you up to the task?
I can't.
Would you prefer to stay behind?
I can't afford to. If at the last minute I can't face it, then you can leave me where I stand. I'm prepared enough for that.
Lady Juna.
What's the matter? It's plain to see something's bothering you.
Oh, no. It's nothing specific. It's just that something's felt wrong somehow, ever since I sensed the Saint Smuggler. I'm sorry, it's hard to explain. Please pay me no mind.
I've marked the location of the Mage Academy ruins on the map. Rella will be waiting for us when we land. I never wanted it to come to this, but be ready. But be ready for a fight. When I'm prepared for battle, I should check the location on the map. Dude. This game has story coming out its ears. Okay. We're going to the place where I think more is locked in. It's the only place that makes sense. At least.
Now, where was I?
Academia.
Fascinating.
So you've a new archetype, have you? Expected nothing less. Please, do not hesitate to inform me when you wish to study it. Hello, cat.
Hey, kitty.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do make yourself at home.
He's a dangerous boy. Nothing will ever be normal. Not after that. Times of yore, there lived heroes who abandoned logic and reason in the name of power. Their souls together formed the power of the Berserker. Among them, the elite rampaging force, crusher of bones, before whom an enemy's courage shrivels, I dubbed the Destroyer. The Berserker archetype has but one ambition: amass the power to physically decimate its enemies, but to dedicate oneself fully to a single purpose is to eschew and discard all others. Let no Berserker forget this truth. So, this archetype is basically a physical attacker hell-bent on overpowering its foes. But in exchange, it's got basically nothing in terms of defense or magic.
What now?
Well, hot damn.
Oh.
Yeah. I'll see you again. Don't you worry.
What now?
Okay. This is... we're living in an anime. That is all this is. And it's building up to a final confrontation, which I suspect is not final, because there's several more blocks of days on this guide I am working through right now. So, dudes, I have to stop. I have to. We'll, I don't know if I want to continue this tomorrow or Monday. I'm just having a time right now. This song is pretty good. So, yeah. That's it for the stream tonight. It went a little over on the last part, but I think we got to a satisfying stopping point at least. Good God, man. So many predictions I made did not come through. I predicted that Dell would be our next party member. He wasn't. It was Basilio. I had no idea about what archetype could be next, either. So I didn't guess Berserker, for one. He was staring me right in the face. Basilio with a battle axe. Man, how could I not have seen it? Oh, man. This game is so good. It has shattered my expectations in the best way possible. I want to play more of it. I really do. But I have to get to these assignments for class. So once I do that tomorrow, I'm probably going to hop back onto this. What the fuck? So anyway, thank you so much for watching. This is Lifeseeker 128. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and follow. Please. It really helps out. It helps me keep going with this cockamamie bullshit thing I'm trying to do. With streaming and videos and all that jazz. And thank you for watching. As always, there will be more to come. I guarantee that. Bye-bye.